increase, yet still we not live better round here. Tell me how come youths them a suffer out the street? Everybody know I see and do it. All the small people business I see they get locked down. Early on, let's for them. Yes, it's time for them to go. Early out, we for them. Out and maybe so now. Them is why so many die. CCN got still gone. Yeah.
Joseph Paris, I him from the place, yeah. Big up the minister, one name Roberta Hector. Patrice Nesbet, him the people love, yeah. Patsy Hardly, no one of they above, yeah. Ainsley Daniel, a free minister them there. Big up on the chest. CCN will have to go. Vote them out. Early out, vote them out. Time for them to go. Yeah, the CCM government will have to go. They're corrupted. You tell me why you sell your brother the people them land. Why you do that for a little bit and nothing? Where's the 300,000 US? Where vanish and nobody don't know about it. The Navy's people broke up, less employment. We need better government. And it's the NRP government. We gotta take them to this time. We need to live in love again. In Nevis, too much crime and violence. People think. Even though we are broken up inside, never give up my pride. Don't know for them want to see we backslide, yeah. Can't take me for no joyride. Though I'm broken up inside. NRP never give up them pride. CCM want to see we backslide, yeah. You see, although I'm broken up, me never smoking up them mirroring. Them crack, now them coking up. Prestige no game box, I mean them can't talking up. And me gone serious, no guy can't close me up. Them try to toast me up to get the most of us, then give we gun until we gunshot it off to bus. They clean off the rust from in a Christmas. CCM will have to go, you know. You're telling the truth. Whoa. Even though I'm broken up inside, never give up my pride. CCM want to see we backslide, yeah. Can't take me for no joyride NRP. We broken up inside, but we not gonna give up. CCM want to see we backslide, yeah. Navy's people marks this, you know. Just give we strength from day to day to the King of where we pray. For health and strength and when me hope and pray. We have to feel away when them thief free money. Cause none of them can stop them youth from straying. Because the world is spinning around on a mutual ground. One heap of things them do we like them want me fi frown. You know me never frown. Me mashing on me sound. But choices where I make, I just can't forget to show my brothers and my sisters respect. Cause me know and them walking at the wrong footstep. And I'm just stepping at the pagan neck, you know. Whoa, 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 whoa. NRP, we're broken up inside, but we not gonna give up. Don't know for them want to see we backslide, yeah. Can't take me for no joyride, even though I might have broken up inside. Never give up my pride. CCN want to see we backslide, yeah. Yeah. We're tired of this corruption government, corruptive government. They're not doing nothing for the youths, and the youths of today is the man of tomorrow. Them thinking about themselves only. Why the government selling brother over 80 acres of land? The only quatting and farting. Yeah, the $300,000 we're missing in US. The people them need to know about that. Police them getting less pay. The government workers not getting no pay. Medical and if you understand, say yo, as TC and government do all of those corruption thing, you know. Well, I just can't take no more of this CCM government. Too much corruption, too much guns, too much violence in navies. Right now we need NRP to run back this country. Yeah, they've been running it from 1980 to 1992. Oh, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. NRP them there. Da, 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 ho, ho, ho. Well, I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the and them not up touch the ceiling. We gonna live in love again. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Keep the faith and keep on believing. NRP around this place again. We have to preserve what we got. Sweet navies, we have to take it back from the yard. Let's ruthless thugs and the natch. White collar crimes and these dirty cops. And when it a go stand, things are not the same people that complain. But the road where you fix and the blood still a chain. Let all arise and them can't explain. CC and sick in them brain. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the and them not up touch the ceiling. We gonna live in love again. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Keep the faith and keep on believing. NRP, I run this place again. CC, God damn, me can't stand it and me can't overstand it. Police station, why the youths them bomb it? Yeah, them they think they are instant panic. Stress me, them sit down and plan it. What's the solution to this confusion? Illiterate youth, gun distribution, pay penitentiary and institution. We need NRP, whoa! Feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the and them not up touch the ceiling. We gonna live in love again. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Keep the faith and keep on believing. We overcome this stress one day. NRP can solve this problem. Every day that me observe. Tell the government plan a new strategy. Protect the youths them from off of the curve. And if them don't take heed and fulfill them need and wash where the youths them greed, then the killing and season we can't get no peace and the future go out of it. Well, I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the and them not up touch the ceiling. NRP I run this place again. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Keep the faith and keep on believing. We overcome this stress one day. Just to highlight wonderful feeling, a few things and then not NRP government did for navies. 1980 to 1992. The lighting of the Newcastle airport, the construction of the Charleston primary, and just to name a few, the free and fair election from 1987 to 1992. The government will have to go there too. Hey, NRP government there. Well, I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the and them not up touch the ceiling. NRP I run the place again.
Yo! Leave this! Tell them who can handle, just leave this! Hey! I'm just show me your hand if you're voting. For Barry and NRP we voting. Tell this is CM we not joking. Yo! We voting for NRP, the performance party. CCM them a comedy like they want to film comic movie. It's for NRP, the performance party. CCM them a comedy like they want to film comic movie. Yeah. On elections day, when you see we go mark we X, plenty people are gonna vex. Inna the ink we dip, we index, we voting for progress. So if you're voting for Paris, say oh yeah. For NRP, just say oh yeah. All Nevis people shout it out there, shout it and make Paris hair. We voting for NRP, the performance party. CCM them a comedy like they want to film comic movie. It's for NRP, the performance party. CCM them a comedy like they want to film comic movie. Yeah, the Nevis Reformation Party, it's the best we ever had in this country. The opposition want to confront we, but they will never ever defeat we. And me say tell them performance matters. They wanna cry Nevis back in the gutters. They want poor people eat dry bread and butter. Them only care about the rich people suffer. We voting for NRP, the performance party. CCM never comedy like they want to film comic movie. It's for NRP, hand in the air. Put your foot and finger in the air. Patchy Nesbeth, put your hand in the air. Patsy Hanley, put your hand in the air. Everybody jump like if you don't care. NRP winning this clear. We voting for NRP, the performance party. CCM never command it like they want to film comic movie. It's for NRP, the performance party. CCM never command it like they want to film comic movie.
Yo! Don't bother ring up your face and bend, because after elections you're still our friend. Victory is sweet, so tell the CCM prepare for defeat. Don't take it personal, but Parry and the NRP winning every seat. Rah!
To the people of Nevis, this is your duty in the quest for peace, progress, and prosperity. Hey! Election is coming once again, so Nevisions, you should not refrain from giving your nation true justification, and from bribery abstain. Nevis Reformation Party, 5 young people of integrity shall rescue the nation from overtaxation and high customs duty. And you'll be free to speak, and you won't be ignored with the NRP vote. Then you will be assured that salvation for this nation would come when CCM is gone. Yes, everybody calling for NRP. Nevis changing entirely, for they wouldn't take it for granted. They're going to vote them out, everyone. Give them the rod of correction. Every wrong must be corrected. Yes, so when the bell done ring, you go do your thing. 'Cause like a mighty wave will be rolling before the bell done ring. They better learn to swim, 'cause DCCM boat would be sinking, and toss them out and throw them out so early out. Vote them out, toss them out and throw them out so early out. Vote them out. This is the cry of the people to wipe out corruption and to take back the land. Nevis needs reformation. Hey! 14 years of secession talking, 14 years and they ain't do a thing but keeping you waiting while Nevis invading by fire ants and mountain chicken. Now there is a great lamentation over some 80 acres of land, and while they're debating, the treasury waiting for US 300,000, while no jobs provided for young men and women. The crime escalating, creating problem, and the nation now needs redemption from all. So now answer to its call. Yes, everybody would be happy to see Henry Daniel, Joseph Parry, Patrice Nisbet and Patsy Hanley, and Roberto Hector Shelby, serving you with integrity, leading the nation with dignity. Yeah, so when the bell done ring,
and you do your thing. If crap or smoke that pipe, if they can swim, toss the ball and draw them out early on.
Hensley Daniel,
Draw them out,
Patrick Smith,
and draw them out.
Patsy Hanley,
So early on,
Roberto
draw
Hector,
them out, toss the ball,
and our great
draw them
leader,
out. So early
Joseph
on,
Parry,
draw them
to lead
out,
this nation
toss the ball,
with integrity and
draw them
dignity.
out. So early on, vote them out, toss the ball, and draw them out. So early on.
For 2006.
NRP for peace, progress, and
It
prosperity.
is a new beginning.
If your future is in doubt, the time come now, we're gonna
Motto
vote them out.
Peace, progress, and prosperity.
walking in sunshine. Let's walk in the sunshine.
Good decisions make me smile, and you know it's been a while since something so good has come this way. By-election is now nigh, it's the ideal time to try to make sure our guy holds the sway. So don't you shy away from sunshine. Do not flush your future down the drain. Forget all the old talk, time to get off the mark. Choose a man who you know will hold the strain.
I'm walking in sunshine.
Papa, look how it's skin glowing.
We're walking in sunshine.
We working while they're talking. We're on the move again. On the move, onward and upward. Hi, this is Spicy Ginger. On August 27, 2007, people of St. Paul and St. John vote Hensley Daniel into the federal parliament. This is a man who is committed to the youth, the elderly, and everyone in between. It's your right to choose. Don't dig the blues. Make sure that green goes into federal parliament. Amen.
We're on the move again. Got them covered, move forward. Got them covered, move forward.
Today, the people of Nevis have a decision to make.
NRP got them covered. I'ma be warring. Look at what NRP has done. I'ma be warring. Better rods around the island. How they big up Kuwali. NRP doing it less than 3. I'ma be warring. I'ma be warring. All because of NRP. They're growing just like a hybrid tree, and covering all lands for all the people of Kuwali. Have everything covered, we strictly voting for NRP. We got them covered, move forward. We got them covered, move forward.
I can assure you that the Nevis Reformation Party has big dreams and big plans. Today, the people of Nevis must decide who are the men of vision in politics.
I am told to remind you that change has come, and we have made that change.
NRP, cover all it, cover all it, cover all it, cover all it, come on. Cover all ends, cover all ends. NRP, whoa, yes, we got them covered. Look, cover all ends, cover all ends. NRP, whoa, yes, we got them covered. Cause we cover all ends. Yeah, cover all ends. For many years, Navy's got a water crisis, yeah. NRP, listen to the people's voices. Listen. Contract a company to supply the whole of Navy's with 1 million gallons a day, yeah. Because water is well needed. An exploration company to find geothermal energy, yeah. To supply neighboring islands with cheaper prices for electricity for you and me, yeah. While protecting the environment and the ozone. That's why Navy City greenest island in the whole wide world. So cover all ends. NRP, oh, look who we got them covered. We got them cover all ends. Cover all ends. NRP, oh, look who we got them covered. Cause we cover all ends. 250 men and women was sent to institutes of further learning. Your home building program alone built over 175 homes and made them all affordable for your hardworking people. NRP, you're on target. 225 people were approved for lands you placed on the market. The entire main road is now complete. Gutters, water, mains, electricity for you and me. It is there to see. So on NRP, these people depend to cover all ends, yes. So tell your neighbor, tell your friend, NRP to the end, cause we cover all ends. NRP, whoa, yes, we got them covered. Cover all ends, cover all ends. NRP, whoa, yes, we got them covered. Cause we cover all ends. You got one of the best drag racing track. Interest schools visitors know you are track. Jumpstart the industry, we cut and export. Re-establish the special score. Support the farmers with new technology. Improve all them productivity. The mediation center that you built to help the judiciary system. The primary school that you build a whole hill. Cheaper gas prices, weekly meetings. NRP say you're really working. Tell them no procrastinating. Tell them that you ain't waiting. Your cause it's time for voting. NRP supporters hand in the air. Let's go. Because on NRP people need this depend to cover all ends, yes. Tell your neighbor, tell your friend, NRP here again. So cover all ends. NRP, whoa, yes, we got them covered. Look, we cover all ends. Cover all ends. NRP, whoa, yes, we got them covered. Cause we cover all ends. Chickens down to market shop, tell them that we Newcastle to Barnaby down to Zion. Over to Jessup and down to Cotton Ground. Cover all ends. Yeah. Cover all ends. Cover all the ends. Yes. Cover all ends. Yeah. Cover all the ends. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble.
I know me not playing up. For real. Show me your finger. Show me your finger. Show your index finger, boy. Show me your finger. Show me your finger. We voting for peace, voting for progress, voting for prosperity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For freedom of speech and of religion, justice and integrity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Against corruption, against deception, illegal activity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For good governance and employment to develop the country. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. The trip to appeal court was merely a blindfold. They never consider elections are one of the polls. Raise up your finger, release the power, democracy come forth. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. They claim their supporters were disenfranchised, so they went to appeals court to get all the lists revised. But they did not tell the judge, and I can't understand. How come they had mass migration, Gingerland to St. John's? We voting for peace, voting for progress, voting for prosperity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For freedom of speech and of religion, justice and integrity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Against corruption, against deception, illegal activity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For good governance and employment to develop the country. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. The trip to appeal court was merely a blindfold. They never consider elections are one of the polls. Raise up your finger, release the power, democracy come forth. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. They claim the elderly must move out the way. After working all their life, no more will they have a say. But my government believe in caring for who we have. The child, the young, the elderly, and even those in rehab. We voting for peace, voting for progress, voting for prosperity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For freedom of speech and of religion, justice and integrity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Against corruption, against deception, illegal activity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For good governance and employment to develop the country. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. The trip to appeal court was merely a blindfold. They never consider elections are one of the polls. Raise up your finger, release the power, democracy come forth. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. They say geothermal, bad for the country, but they have no alternative with which to help we. Fuel charge is heavy, till me back soon break. The opposition just opposing for opposing sake. We voting for peace, voting for progress, voting for prosperity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For freedom of speech and of religion, justice and integrity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Against corruption, against deception, illegal activity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For good governance and employment to develop the country. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. The trip to appeal court was merely a blindfold. They never consider elections are one of the polls. Raise up your finger, release the power, democracy come forth. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. They claim fuel storage is a tragedy. Will harm the environment and the tourist industry. But once this investment can boost the economy, we give them jackasses that robbing Pembroke Daily. We voting for peace, voting for progress, voting for prosperity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For freedom of speech and of religion, justice and integrity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Against corruption, against deception, illegal activity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For good governance and employment to develop the country. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. The trip to appeal court was merely a blindfold. They never consider elections are one of the polls. Raise up your finger, release the power, democracy come forth. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. We voting for peace, voting for progress, voting for prosperity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For freedom of speech and of religion, justice and integrity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. Raise your finger, raise your index. NRP is the best for Nevis. The best for Nevis. Oh no, here!
Leave it!
Tell them I'm ready. NRP, I say we tell them I'm ready. Performance matters, what we need to want.
Hey, yeah, overreaching them brand new houses in a cherry gal. They really caught my eyes, they end up in me beg you run. They look like upscale project houses in downtown Manhattan. Opposition can't say nothing, you perform and things are happen. Down in St. Thomas, I perform and see the G at thermal. It's so important to have to sing and preach it like a sermon. Find energy to save these days, I say it's so essential. Who can see the need for this, my friend, you really need my program.
I say we tell them I'm ready. And now we tell them I'm ready. What the people know. CCM at all. And now we tell them I'm ready. And now we tell them I'm ready.
No mind the cheat and chatter words we don't must cannot sustain. Performance matters been the centerpiece of our campaign. The job of opposition is to sit down and to complain. But NRP won't be complacent, we performing again. Creating jobs in four seasons, the call center expansion. In the place of medical and also me say in construction. But the healthcare useful scholarships, assist small business. Good duty concession to everybody benefit.
I say we tell them I'm ready. And now we tell them I'm ready. What the people know. CCM at all. And now we tell them I'm ready. And now we tell them I'm ready.
New medical facilities and show universities. We development of chance to continue beautify me this. I'm a hotel of the ground, 300 more houses to come. Show them that performance really, really matter now. And when the big truck hit the road, load down with dirt and stones. That mean NRP they fixing up the road, 'cause they no want no battles. No, we done election on the way to the polls.
I say we tell them I'm ready. And now we tell them I'm ready. What the people know. CCM at all. And now we tell them I'm ready. And now we tell them I'm ready. What? CCM at all.
For 2006.
VOTE-NRP.
VOTE-NRP.
For peace, progress, and prosperity.
For peace, progress, and prosperity.
It's a new beginning.
Nevis, your future is in doubt.
Nevis, your future is in doubt.
The time come now, we're gonna vote them out.
The time come now, we're gonna vote them out.
Peace.
The fabulous fight, giving over life.
Prosperity.
With mismanagement and victimization. 14 years you say me been suffer long. From 1980 till 92, we serve you well and we want to continue. We took care of favor, we'll tackle crime, reduce the cost of living because it's sky high. Remove the nuisance taxes to help the smaller man, improve the health care for each and everyone. All the corruption we will eradicate. Till the 88 gas before it's too late. D-O-T-E-NRP. D-O-T-E-NRP. For peace, progress and prosperity. For peace, progress and prosperity. Nevis, your future is in doubt. Nevis, your future is in doubt. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out. Years of corruption, years of confusion. How many years we talking? All 14 years now. The mismanagement and victimization. It's 14 years you say me been suffer. D-O-T-E-NRP. For peace, progress and prosperity. For peace, progress and prosperity. Nevis, your future is in doubt. Nevis, your future is in doubt. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out. Years of corruption, years of confusion. How many years we talking? All 14 years now. The mismanagement and victimization.
Early out, let's vote them out. CCN will have to go. Early out, let's vote them out. If it wasn't for NRP, come to strive and keep the people alive. NRP, come to make the people now.
Big up NRP, Gabba.
Now, yeah. Tell me how come so many people unemployed down and Nevis Rasta tell you. Tell me how come 300,000 US missing and no one can give account about that. Tell me how come people are suffer out the street. CCN, yes, we know what they beat. Tell me why so much youth have to get gunned down. CCN, them so unfair. In a Nevis, you know, CCN have to go. This is what we swear. So many die, CCN no, and yet they don't do a thing. Yeah, and not be comfortable. Don't feel rule them down. Tell me how comes you sell your brother 80 acre of land for 25 cents a square feet. Tell me how comes people can't find food to eat. I work hard and can't pay bills round ya. Tell me how come custom furious tax increase, yet still we not live better round ya. Tell me how come youths never suffer out the street. Everybody know what CCN do it. All the small people business I see they get locked down. Early on, let's vote them out. Yes, it's time for them to go. Early out, we vote them out. Out and Nevis and now, them is why so many die. CCN got to go. Yeah.
Joseph Paris, I him from the place, yeah. Big up the minister, one name Roberta Hector. Patrice Nesbeth, I him the people love, ya. Patsy Yardley, no one of they above, ya. Here's the Daniel, a free minister them there. Big up on the chest. CCN will have to go. Vote them out. Early out, vote them out. Time for them to go. Yeah. The CCM government will have to go. They're corrupted. You tell me why you sell your brother the people them land. Why you do that for a little bit and nothing? Where's the 300,000 US? Where vanish and nobody don't know about it. The Nevis people broke up. Less employment. We need better government. And it's the NRP government. We gotta take them to this time. We need to live in love again. Nevis, too much crime and violence. The people think. Even though we are broken up inside, never give up my pride. Don't know for them want to see we backslide, yeah. Can't take with me no joy ride. Though I'm broken up inside. inside. NRP never give up them pride. CCM want to see we backslide, yeah. You see, although I'm broken up, me never smoking up them mirroring, them crack, now them coking up. Prestige no game box, I mean them can't talking up. And big and serious, no guy can't toast we up. Them try to toast we up to get the most of us, then give we gun until we gun shot it off to bus. Them clean off the rust from in a Christmas. CCM will have to go, you know. You're telling the truth. Whoa. Even though I'm broken up inside, never give up my pride. CCM want to see we backslide, yeah. Can't take me for no joy ride NRP. We broken up inside, but we not gonna give up. CCM want to see we backslide, yeah. Navy's people marks this now. Just give we strength from day to day to the King of where we pray. Feel and strength and when me hope and pray. We have to feel away when them thief free money. Cause none of them can stop them youth up from strength. Because the world is spinning around on a mutual ground. One heap of things them do we like them want me fi frown. You know me never frown. Me mashing on me sound. But choices where I make, I just can't forget to show my brothers and my sisters respect. Cause me no want them walking at the wrong footstep. And I'm just stepping at the pagan neck, you know. Whoa, 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 whoa. NRP, we're broken up inside, but we not gonna give them. Don't know for them want to see we backslide, yeah. Can't take me for no joy ride, even though I might have broken up inside. Never give up my pride. CCN want to see we backslide, yeah. Yeah. We're tired of this corruption government, corruptive government. Them not doing nothing for the youths, and the youths of today is the man of tomorrow. Them thinking about themselves only. Why the government selling brother over 80 acres of land? The only quatting and farting. Yeah, the $300,000 we're missing in US. The people them need to know about that. Police them getting less space. The government workers not getting no pays. Medical and if you understand, say yo, as TC and government do all of those corruption thing, you know. Well, I just can't take no more of this CCM government. Too much corruption, too much guns, too much violence in navies. Right now we need NRP to run back this country. Yeah, they've been running it from 1980 to 1992. Oh, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. NRP them there. Da, da, they are, da, ho, ho, ho. Well, I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the and them not up touch the ceiling. We gonna live in love again. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Keep the faith and keep on believing. NRP run this place again. We have to preserve what we got. Sweet navies, we have to take it back from the yard. Let's ruthless thugs and the natch. White collar crimes and these dirty cops. And when it a go stand, things are not the same. People that complain about the road where you fix and the blood still a chain. They polarize and them can't explain. CCN sick in them brain. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the young them not up touch the ceiling. We gonna live in love again. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Keep the faith and keep on believing. NRP, I run this place again. CCM, God damn, me can't stand it, and me can't overstand it. Police station, why the youths them bomb it? Yeah, them the thing they are instant panic. Stress me, them sit down and plan it. What's the solution to this confusion? Illiterate youth, gun distribution, pay penitentiary and institution. We need NRP, whoa. Feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the and them not approach the ceiling. We gonna live in love again. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Keep the faith and keep on believing. We overcome this stress one day. NRP can solve this problem. Every day that me observe. Well, the government plan a new strategy. Protect the youths them from off of the curve. And if them don't take heed and fulfill them need and wash where the youths them greed, then the killing and season we can't get no peace and the future go out of me. Well, I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the and them not touch the ceiling. NRP I run this place again. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Keep the faith and keep on believing. We overcome this stress one day. Just to highlight wonderful feeling. A few things and them not touch the ceiling. Government did for Navis. 1980 to 1992. The lighting of the Newcastle Airport. The construction of the Charleston Primary. And just to name a few. The free and fair election from 1987 to 1992. Government will have to go there too. Hey, NRP government there. Well, I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the and them not up to the ceiling. NRP I run the place again.
Yo! Leave this! Tell them who can handle, just leave this! Hey! I'm just show me your hand if you're voting. For Barry and NRP we voting. Tell this is CM we not joking. Yo! We voting for NRP, the Performance Party. CCM them a comedy like they want to film comic movie. It's for NRP, the Performance Party. CCM them a comedy like they want to film comic movie. Yeah, on election day when you see we go mark we X, plenty people are gonna vex. Inna the ink we dip we index. We voting for progress. So if you're voting for Paris, say oh yeah. For NRP just say oh yeah. All Nevis people shout it out there, shout it and make Paris hair. We voting for NRP, the Performance Party. CCM them a comedy like they want to film comic movie. It's for NRP, the Performance Party. CCM them a comedy like they want to film comic movie. Yeah, the Nevis Reformation Party. It's the best we ever had in this country. The opposition want to confront we, but they will never ever defeat we. And me say tell them performance matters. They wanna cry Nevis back in the gutters. They want poor people eat dry bread and butter. Them only care about the rich people suffer. We voting for NRP, the Performance Party. CCM never comedy like they want to film comic movie. It's for NRP, the Performance Party. CCM never comedy like they want to film comic movie. So if you're voting for Barry, put your hand in the air. Roberto Hector, put your hand in the air. Hensley Daniel, put your hand in the air. Put your voting finger in the air. Patrice Nesbitt, put your hand in the air. Patsy Hanley, put your hand in the air. Everybody jump like if you don't care. NRP winning this clear. We voting for Performance Party. CCM never comedy like they want to film comic movie. It's for NRP, the Performance Party. CCM never comedy like they want to film comic movie. Yo! Don't bother ring up your face and bend, because after elections you're still our friend. Victory is sweet, so tell the CCM prepare for defeat. Don't take it personal, but Parry and the NRP winning every seat. Rah!
To the people of Nevis, this is your duty in the quest for peace, progress, and prosperity. Hey! Election is coming once again, so divisions you should not refrain from giving your nation true justification. slavery act still. Levis Reformation Party, 5 young people of integrity shall rescue the nation from overtaxation and high customs duty. And you'll be free to speak, and you won't be ignored with the NRP vote. Then you will be assured that salvation for this nation would come when CCM is gone. Yes, everybody calling for NRP. Leave is changing entirely, for they wouldn't take it for granted. They're going to vote them out, everyone. Give them the rod of correction. Every wrong must be corrected. Yes, so when the bell done ring, you go do your thing. Cause like a mighty wave will be rolling. Before the bell done ring, they better learn to swim. Cause DCCM boat would be sinking, and tossed about and throw them out so early out. Vote them out, tossed about and throw them out so early out. Vote them out. This is the cry of the people to wipe out corruption and to take back the land. Nevis needs reformation. Hey. 14 years of secession talking, 14 years and they ain't do a thing but keeping you waiting while Nevis invading by fire ants and mountain chicken. Now there is a great lamentation over some 80 acres of land. And while they're debating, the treasury waiting for US 300,000. While no jobs provided for young men and women, the crime escalating, creating problem, and the nation now needs redemption from all. So now answer to its call. Yes, everybody would be happy to see Henry Daniel, Joseph Parry, Patrice Nisbet and Patsy Hanley, and Roberto Hector shall be serving you with integrity, leading the nation with dignity. Yeah, so when the bell done ring, go and do your thing. Cause like a mighty wave will be rolling. For when the bell done ring, and you do your thing. If Crapo smoke their pipe, if they can swim, toss the ball and throw them out early out. Henry Daniel, throw them out. Patrice Nisbet and throw them out. Patsy Hanley, so early out. Roberto Hector, throw them out. Toss the ball and our great leader so Joseph Parry to lead this nation with integrity and dignity. So early out, vote them out, toss the ball and throw them out. So early out.
For 2006.
NRP for peace, progress, and prosperity.
It is a new beginning.
Nevis, your future is in doubt. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out.
Peace, progress, and prosperity.
We're walking in sunshine. Let's walk in the sunshine. We're on the move again.
Good decisions make me smile, and you know it's been a while since something so good has come this way. By-election is now nigh. It's the ideal time to try to make sure our guy holds the sway. So don't you shy away from sunshine. Do not flush your future down the drain. Forget all the old talk. Time to get off the mark. Choose a man who you know will hold the strain.
Walking in sunshine.
Papa, look how his skin glowing.
Walking in sunshine.
We working while they're talking. We're on the move again. On the move, onward and upward. Hi, this is Spicy Ginger. On August 27, 2007, people of St. Paul and St. John vote Hensley Daniel into the federal parliament. This is a man who is committed to the youth, the elderly, and everyone in between. It's your right to choose. Don't dig the blues. Make sure that green goes into federal parliament. Amen.
We're on the move again. Got them covered, move forward. Got them covered, move forward.
Today, the people of Nevis have a decision to make.
NRP got them covered. I'ma be waiting. Look at what NRP has done. I'ma be waiting. Better roads around the island. How they big up Kuali. NRP doing it less than 3. I'ma be waiting. I'ma be waiting. All because of NRP. They're growing just like a hybrid tree. And covering all lands for all the people of Kuali. Have everything covered, we strictly voting for NRP. We got them covered, move forward. We got them covered, move forward.
I can assure you that the Nevis Reformation Party has big dreams and big plans. Today, the people of Nevis must decide who are the men of vision in politics.
am told to remind you that change has come, and we have made that change.
NRP, cover all it, cover all it, cover all it, cover all it, come on. Cover all ends, cover all ends. NRP, whoa, yes, we got them covered. Look, cover all ends, cover all ends. NRP, whoa, yes, we got them covered. Cause we cover all ends. Yeah, cover all ends. For many years, Nevis got a water crisis, yeah. NRP, listen to the people's voices. Listen. Contract a company to supply the whole of Nevis with 1 million gallons a day, because water is well needed. An exploration company to find geothermal energy, yeah. To supply neighboring islands with cheaper prices for electricity for you and me, yeah. While protecting the environment and the ozone. That's why Nevis is the greenest island in the whole wide world. So cover all ends. We got to NRP, oh, look, we got them covered. We got them cover all ends. We got to cover all ends. We got them NRP, oh, look, we got them covered. Cause we cover all ends. 250 men and women was sent to institutes of further learning. Your home building program alone built over 175 homes and made them all affordable for your hardworking people. NRP, you on target. 225 people were approved for lands you placed on the market. The entire main road is now complete. Qatar's water means electricity for you and me. It is there to see. So on NRP, Nevis people depend to cover all ends, yes. So tell your neighbor, tell your friend, NRP to the end, cause we cover all ends. NRP, whoa, yes, we got them covered. Cover all ends, cover all ends. NRP, whoa, yes, we got them covered. Cause we cover all ends. You got one of the best drag racing track. Interest schools visitors know you a chap. Jumpstart the industry, we cut and export. Re-establish the fishery score. Support the farmers with new technology. Improve all them productivity. The mediation center that you build to help the judiciary system. The primary school that you build a whole hill. Cheaper gas prices, weekly meetings. NRP say you're really working. Tell them no procrastinating. Tell them that you ain't waiting. Your cause it's time for voting. NRP supporters and in the air. Let's go. Because and NRP people need this depend to cover all ends, yes. Tell your neighbor, tell your friend, NRP here again. So cover all ends. NRP, whoa, yes, we got them covered. Look, we cover all ends. Cover all ends. NRP, whoa, yes, we got them covered. Cause we cover all ends. Chickens down to market shop, tell them that we Newcastle to Barnaby, down to Zion. Over to Jessup and down to Cotton Ground. Cover all ends. Yeah. Cover all ends. Cover all the ends, yes. Cover all ends. Yeah. Cover all the ends, yes. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble.
I know me not playing up. For real. Show me your finger. Show me your finger. Huh. Show your index finger, boy. Huh. Show me your finger. Show me your finger. Huh. We voting for peace, voting for progress, voting for against deception, illegal activities. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For good governance and employment to develop the country. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. The trip to appeal court was merely a blindfold. They never consider elections are one of the polls. Raise up your finger, release the power, democracy come forth. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. They claim their supporters were disenfranchised, so they went to appeals court to get all the lists revised. But they did not tell the judge, and I can't understand. How come they had mass migration, Gingerland to St. John's? We voting for peace, voting for progress, voting for prosperity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For freedom of speech and of religion, justice and integrity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Against corruption, against deception, illegal activity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For good governance and employment to develop the country. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. The trip to appeal court was merely a blindfold. They never consider elections are one of the polls. Raise up your finger, release the power, democracy come forth. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. They claim the elderly must move out the way. After working all their life, no more will they have a say. But my government believe in caring for who we have. The child, the young, the elderly, and even those in rehab. We voting for peace, voting for progress, voting for prosperity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For freedom of speech and of religion, justice and integrity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Against corruption, against deception, illegal activities. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For good governance and employment to develop the country. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. The trip to appeal court was merely a blindfold. They never consider elections are one of the polls. Raise up your finger, release the power, democracy come forth. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. They say geothermal, bad for the country, but they have no alternative with which to help we. Fuel charges heavy, till me back soon break. The opposition just opposing for opposing sake. We voting for peace, voting for progress, voting for prosperity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For freedom of speech and of religion, justice and integrity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Against corruption, against deception, illegal activity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For good governance and employment to develop the country. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. The trip to appeal court was merely a blindfold. They never consider elections are one of the polls. Raise up your finger, release the power, democracy come forth. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. They claim fuel storage is a tragedy. Will harm the environment and the tourist industry. But once this investment can boost the economy, we give them jackasses that robbing Pembroke Daily. We voting for peace, voting for progress, voting for prosperity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For freedom of speech and of religion, justice and integrity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Against corruption, against deception, illegal activities. Raise your finger, employment to develop the country. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. The trip to appeal court was merely a blindfold. They never consider elections are one of the polls. Raise up your finger, release the power, democracy come forth. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. We voting for peace, voting for progress, voting for prosperity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. For freedom of speech and of religion, justice and integrity. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. Raise your finger, raise your index finger. Show me your finger, show me your finger. Raise your finger, raise your index. NRP is the best for Nevis. The best for Nevis. Oh no, here!
Leave it!
Tell them I'm ready. NRP, I said we tell them I'm ready. Performance matters, what these people want.
Hey, yeah, yeah. Overreaching them brand new houses in a cherry gal. They really caught my eyes, they end up in me beg you pan. They look like upscale project houses in downtown Manhattan. Opposition can't say nothing. You perform and things are happen. Down in St. Thomas, I perform and treat the G at thermal. It's so important to have to sing and preach it like a sermon. Find energy to save the days, I say it's so essential. Who can see the need for this, my friend? You really need my focus.
I say we tell them I'm ready. And now we tell them I'm ready. What the people want. CCM at all. And now we tell them I'm ready. And now we tell them I'm ready.
Not the cheat and chat, and CCM at all. No mind the cheat and chat, words we don't much cannot sustain. Performance matters been the centerpiece of our campaign. The job of opposition is to sit down and to complain. But NRP won't be complacent, we performing again. Creating jobs in four seasons, the call center expansion. In the place of medical and also me say in construction. But the health and useful scholarships, access to small business. Good duty concession to everybody benefit.
I say we tell them I'm ready. And now we tell them I'm ready. What the people want. CCM at all. And now we tell them I'm ready. And now we tell them I'm ready.
New medical facilities and show universities. With development of chance to continue beautify me this. I'm a hotel of the country, 100 more houses to come. Show them that performance really, really matter now. And when the big truck hit the road, load down with dirt and stone. That mean NRP they fixing up the road, 'cause they don't want no battles. No, we done election on the way to the polls. It matter.
I say we tell them I'm ready. And now we tell them I'm ready. What the people want. CCM at all. And now we tell them I'm ready. And now we tell them I'm ready. What?
Not the cheat and chat, and CCM at all.
For 2006.
VOTE NRP. VOTE NRP. For peace, progress, and prosperity. For peace, progress, and prosperity.
It's a new beginning.
Nevis, your future is in doubt. Nevis, your future is in doubt. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out.
Peace.
The fabulous fight, giving over life. We then have to need this must survive. A body with pride, got nothing to civilization. It's 14 years you say. Leave it for long. From 1980 till 92. Let's look at what NRP done for you. 4 Seasons Hotel began operations under the NRP. February 91. Money this hotel, yes, it still provides employment for many people from since about 89. This teachers training program by level of degree by the University of Miami. Come on. So B-O-T-E-N-R-P. Come on, everybody now, B-O-T-E-N-R-P. For peace, progress, and prosperity. For peace, progress, and prosperity. Nevis, your future is in doubt. Nevis, your future is in doubt. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out. Nevisions, don't you be blind. Bearing in mind, they're all about illusions and lies. You got to be wise and open your eyes and I'll be the element of surprise. Be true to your country, be true to yourself. Nevisions, you need a true government now. Foreign is Pete and Daniel, hater and handle the people's empowerment. That's the NRP. Years of corruption, years of confusion. How many years you talking? All 14 years now. The mismanagement and victimization. It's 14 years you say. Leave it for long. From 1980 till 92. We serve you well and we want to continue. We took fair or favor. We'll tackle crime. Reduce the cost of living because it's sky high. Remove the news and taxes to help the smaller man. Improve the health care for each and everyone. All the people eradicate the 88 gas before it's too late. B-O-T-E-N-R-P. Come on. B-O-T-E-N-R-P. For peace, progress, and prosperity. For peace, progress, and prosperity. Nevis, your future is in doubt. Nevis, your future is in doubt. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out. Years of corruption, years of confusion. How many years you talking? All 14 years now. The mismanagement and victimization. It's 14 years you say. Leave it for B-O-T-E-N-R-P. For peace, progress, and prosperity. For peace, progress, and prosperity. Nevis, your future is in doubt. Nevis, your future is in doubt. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out. The time come now, we're gonna vote them out. Years of corruption, years of confusion. How many years you talking? All 14 years now. The mismanagement and victimization.
Early out, let's vote them out. CCN will have to go. Early out, let's vote them out. If it wasn't for NRP, come to strive and keep the people alive. NRP, come to make the people now.
Big up NRP, Gabba.
Now, yeah. Tell me how come so many people unemployed down and Nevis Rasta tell you. Tell me how come 300,000 US missing and no one can give account about that. Tell me how come people are suffer out the street. CCN, yes, we know what they beat. Tell me why so much youth have to get gunned down. CCN, them so unfair. In a Nevis, you know, CCN have to go. This is what we swear. So many die, CCN no, and yet they don't do a thing. Yeah, and not be comfortable. Don't feel rule them now. Tell me how comes you sell your brother 80 acre a land for 25 cents a square feet. Tell me how comes people can't find food to eat. A worker and can't pay bills, Junior. Tell me how come custom furious tax increase, yet still we not live better around here. Tell me how come you say must suffer out the street. Everybody know what CCN do it. All the small people business I see they get locked down. Early on, let's vote them out. Yes, it's time for them to go. Early out, we vote them out. Out and Nevis and now, them is why so many die. CCN got honest to God, yeah.
Joseph Parias, I him from the place, yeah. Big up the minister, one name Roberta Hector. Patrice Nesbeth, I him the people love, yeah. Patsy Hardly, no one of they above, yeah. Ainsley Daniela, free minister them there. Big up on the chest. CCN will have to go. Vote them out. Early out, vote them out. Time for them to go. Yeah, the CCM government will have to go. They're corrupted. You tell me why you sell your brother the people them land. Why you do that for a little bit and nothing? Where's the 300,000 US? Where vanish and nobody don't know about it. The Navy's people broke up, less employment. We need better government. And it's the NRP government. We gotta take them to this time. We need to live in love again. In Nevis, too much crime and violence. Even though we are broken up inside, never give up my pride. Don't know for them want to see we backslide, yeah. Can't take with me no joyride. Though I'm broken up inside, NRP never give up them pride. CCM want to see we backslide, yeah. You see, although I'm broken up, me never smoking up them heroin, them crack, now them coking up. Prestige no game box, I mean them can't talking up. And me gone serious, no guy can't close me up. Them try to toast me up to get the most of us, then give we gun until we gunshot it off to bus. Them clean off the rust from in a Christmas. CCM will have to go, you know. You're telling the truth. Whoa. Even though I'm broken up inside, never give up my pride. CCM want to see we backslide, yeah. Can't take me for no joyride NRP. We broken up inside, but we not gonna give up. CCM want to see we backslide, yeah. Navy's people marks this, you know. Just give we strength from day to day. To the King of where we pray. Feel and strength and when me hope and pray. We have to feel away when them thief free money. Cause none of them can stop them youth from stray. Because the world is spinning around on a mutual ground. All heap of things them do we like them want me fi frown. You know me never frown. Me mashing on me sound. But choices where I make, I just can't forget to show my brothers and my sisters respect. Cause me no want them walking at the wrong footstep. And I'm just stepping at the pagan neck, you know. Whoa, 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 whoa. NRP, we're broken up inside, but we not gonna give them. Don't know for them want to see we backslide, yeah. Can't take with me no joyride, even though I might have broken up inside. Never give up my pride. CCN want to see we backslide, yeah. Yeah. We're tired of this corruption government, corrupted government. They're not doing nothing for the youths, and the youths of today is the man of tomorrow. They're thinking about themselves only. Why the government selling brother over 80 acres of land? The only quatin and farden. Yeah, the $300,000 we're missing in US. The people them need to know about that. Police them getting less space. The government workers not getting no pays. Medical and if you understand, say you as TC and government do all of those corruption thing, you know. Well, I just can't take no more of this CCM government. Too much corruption, too much guns, too much violence in Navis. Right now we need NRP to run back this country. Yeah, they've been running it from 1980 to 1992. Oh, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. NRP them there. Da, da, they are, da, ho, ho, ho. Well, I got this feeling, wonder wonderful feeling. Let me see the and them not a touch the ceiling. We gonna live in love again. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Keep the faith and keep on believing. NRP are run this place again. We have to preserve what we got. Sweet neighbors, we have to take it back from the heartless, ruthless thugs and the natch. White collar crimes and these dirty cops. How when it a go stand? Things are not the same. People are complain about the road where you fix and the blood still a chain. They told a rise and them can't explain. CC and sick in them brain. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the young them not up touch the ceiling. We gonna live in love again. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Keep the faith and keep on believing. NRP, I run this place again. CC, God damn it, can't stand it, and me can't overstand it. Police station, why the youths them bomb it? Yeah, them they think they are instant panic. Stress me them sit down and plan it. What's the solution to this confusion? Illiterate youth, gun distribution, pay penitentiary and institution. We need NRP. Whoa. Feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the and them not up touch the ceiling. We gonna live in love again. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Keep the faith and keep on believing. We overcome this stress one day. NRP can solve this problem. Every day that me observe. Tell the government plan a new strategy. Protect the youths them from off of the curve. And if them don't take heed and fulfill them need and wash with the youths them greed, then the killing and season we can't get no peace and the future go out of it. Well, I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the and them not up touch the ceiling. NRP I run this place again. I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Keep the faith and keep on believing. We overcome this stress one day. Just to highlight wonderful feeling, a few things and then not NRP government did for Navis. From 1980 to 1992, the lighting of the Newcastle Airport, the construction of the Charleston Primary, and just to name a few, the free and fair election from 1987 to 1992. The government will have to go there too. NRP government Well, I got this feeling, wonderful feeling. Let me see the young them not up touch the ceiling. NRP I run the place again.
Yo! Leave this! Tell them who can handle, just leave this! Hey! I'm just show me your hand if you're voting. For Barry and NRP we voting. Tell this is CM we not joking. Yo! We voting for NRP, the performance party. CCM them a comedy like they want to film comic movie. It's for NRP, the performance party. CCM them a comedy like they want to film comic movie. Yeah. On elections day, when you see we go mark we X, plenty people are gonna vex. Inna the ink we dip, we index, we voting for progress. So if you're voting for Paris, say oh yeah. For NRP, just say oh yeah. All Nevis people shout it out there, shout it and make Paris hair. We voting for NRP, the performance party. CCM them a comedy like they want to film comic movie. It's for NRP, the performance party. CCM them a comedy like they want to film comic movie. Yeah, the Nevis Reformation Party. It's the best we ever had in this country. The opposition want to confront we, but they will never ever defeat we. And me say tell them performance matters. They wanna cry Nevis back in the gutters. They want poor people eat dry bread and butter. Them only care about the rich people suffer. We voting for NRP, the performance party. CCM never comedy like they want to film comic movie. It's for NRP, the performance party. CCM never comedy like they want to film comic movie. So if you're voting for Barry, put your hand in the air. Roberto Hector, put your hand in the air. Hensley Daniel, put your hand in the air. Put your voting thing in the air. Patrice Nesbitt, put your hand in the air. Patsy Hanley, put your hand in the air. Everybody jump like if you don't care. NRP winning this clear. We voting for NRP, the performance party. CCM never after elections, you're still our friend. Victory is sweet, so tell the CCM prepare for defeat. Don't take it personal, but Parry and the NRP winning every seat. Rah!
To the people of Nevis, this is your duty in the quest for peace, progress, and prosperity. Hey! Election is coming once again, so Nevisians, you should not refrain from giving your nation true justification, and from bribery abstain. Nevis Reformation Party, 5 young people of integrity shall rescue the nation from overtaxation and high customs duty. And you'll be free to speak, and you won't be ignored with the NRP vote. Then you will be assured that salvation for this nation would come when CCM is gone. Yes, everybody calling for NRP. Nevis changing entirely, for they wouldn't take it for granted. They're going to vote them out, everyone. Give them the rod of correction. Every wrong must be corrected. Yes, so when the bell done ring, you go do your thing. Cause like a mighty wave will be rolling before the bell done ring. They better learn to swim. Cause DCCM boat would be sinking, and tossed about and throw them out so early out. Vote them out, tossed about and throw them out so early out. Vote them out. This is the cry of the people to wipe out corruption and to take back the land. Nevis needs reformation. Hey! 14 years of secession talking, 14 years and they ain't do a thing but keeping you waiting while Nevis invading by fire ants and mountain chicken. Now there is a great lamentation over some 80 acres of land, and while they're debating, the treasury waiting for US 300,000. While no jobs provided for young men and women, the crime escalating, creating problem, and the nation now needs redemption from all. So now answer to its call. Yes, everybody would be happy to see Henry Daniel, Joseph Parry, Patrice Nisbet and Patsy Hanley, and Roberto Hector shall be serving you with integrity, leading the nation with dignity. Yeah, so when the bell done ring, go and do your thing. Cause like a mighty wave will be rolling. But when the bell done ring, and you do your thing, Crapo smoke their pipe if they can swim. Toss the ball and throw them out early out. Henry Daniel, throw them out. Toss them out and throw them out. Patsy Hanley, so early out. Roberto Hector, throw them out. Toss the ball and our our great leader, Joseph Harry, to lead this nation with integrity and dignity. So early on, vote them out, toss them out, and draw them out. So early on.
For 2006.
NRP for peace, progress, and prosperity.
It's a new beginning.
If your future is in doubt, the time come now, we're gonna vote them out.
Peace, progress, and prosperity.
Good decisions make me smile, and you know it's been a while since something so good has come this way. By-election is now nigh, it's the ideal time to try to make sure our guy holds the sway. So Don't you shy away from sunshine. Do not flush your future down the drain. Forget all the old talk. Time to get off the mark. Choose a man who you know will hold the strain.
Walking in sunshine.
Papa, look how his skin glowing.
Walking in sunshine.
We working while they're talking. We're on the move again. On the move, onward and upward. Hi, this is Spicy Ginger. On August 27, 2007, people of St. Paul and St. John vote Hensley Daniel into the federal parliament. This is a man who is committed to the youth, the elderly, and everyone in between. It's your right to choose. Don't dig the blues. Make sure that green goes into federal parliament. Amen.
We're on the move again. Got them covered, move forward. Got them covered, move forward.
Today, the people of Nevis have a decision to make.
NRP got them covered. I'ma be wide. Look at what NRP has done. I'ma be wide. Better roads around the island. How they big up Wally. NRP doing it less than 3. I'ma be wide. I'ma be wide.
As youth, we cry out. We are vocal, and I, for one, cannot contain it any longer. But the current premier hears no one. We complain about the lack of employment opportunities, and he shows us his socks. We complain about the lack of opportunities to obtain a university degree, and he brags about lobster being a part of his diet. We cry in want of a better way for ourselves, a better future. And he says, look at me in my new blue suit. Are these basic things too much to ask of our premier? I think not. His record indicates that he does not care and that the job is more than he can handle. Perhaps it's time for him to go.
NRP visionary ready to transform Nevis.
We got a nation.
As youth, we cry out. We are vocal, and I, for one, cannot contain it any longer. But the current premier hears no one. We complain about the lack of employment opportunities, and he shows us his socks. We complain about the lack of opportunities to obtain a university degree, and he brags about lobster being a part of his diet. We cry in want of a better way for ourselves, a better future. And he says, look at me in my new blue suit. Are these basic things too much to ask of our premier? I think not. His record indicates that he does not care and that the job is more than he can handle. Perhaps it's time for him to go.
NRP visionary ready to transform Nevis. Sitting around and saying that you will not vote because things are bad is not a reason to stay at home, but it is the perfect reason to go out and vote for someone like Dr. Daly. Voting is a platform for change, and quite possibly the most important one at that. To vote in candidates that want to change the problem you see. NRP visionary ready to transform Nevis.
We must all do our part to rid ourselves of this disease. For starters, let's practice good hygiene and social distancing. We continue to pray for our nurses and medical practitioners as they work tirelessly to prepare themselves to protect us from this pandemic. This message was brought to you by the Nevis Reformation Party.
As youth, we cry out. We are vocal, and I, for one, cannot contain it any longer. But the current premier hears no one. We complain about the lack of employment opportunities, and he shows...
Gee whiz that NRP, Nevis Reformation Party. Yeah, how is that do things and make things happen?
Now more than ever, this is a time for strong leadership.
The people must come first.
With NRP, everybody benefits.
We have a vision.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome again to yet another program where we interact with you and discuss with you matters that are important to us. Wherever you are, be it in Nevis or somewhere in the diaspora, I say to you a special good evening. For the past 5 weeks, we have enjoyed your company, and we have discussed with you some very important topics. Topics that touch and concern the Federation and Nevis more particularly. I take this opportunity to say to everyone, continue to observe the safety requirements as put forward by your health professionals. The washing of hands, wearing your mask, observing the social distancing. These practices are simple but important and are necessary to save lives. As someone put it quite recently, it is now a sign of disrespect not to wear your mask in public places. I can only ask you to be safe and to make sure you follow the safety requirements. Tonight, I wish for us to continue our discussion. And discussions like these are important, very important, when we are to consider the situation as it stands in our federation. Our Premier and our Prime Minister both choosing to promote petty politics rather than seeking to advance the country. In an earlier program, we pleaded the case for better treatment for our farmers. We have highlighted for sure the gravity of the plight of our poultry farmers. Absolutely no protection. We were joined by one farmer who clearly indicated to us that the level of preparedness was way below standard. In his own words, he said to us he had to reside on his farm in order to keep production and to keep his farm safe. And so the empty statement of our premier, never again, as he said in Parliament, would be so reliant on tropical. We know this was just an empty promise, recognizing that nothing has been done in recent times to promote agriculture. We have also seen the level of uncertainty that our students are facing. Their parents, as the Concerned Citizens Movement, just not being upfront and open with the populace. We are not sure when school will commence for our students. Clear directions have not been given. We have demonstrated to you that we would have better handled this crisis. We have told you how disappointed we were in the way that our social security funds are being used. In general, the emptiness of our safety social nets. Think of it for a moment. Was it necessary for us to dig into our social security funds at this time? At a time when the Prime Minister is saying that there exists a surplus? We believe, and we've said to you, the social security funds are the hard-earning funds of our workers. And as such, we should not have had a situation in which funds were at this time taken out of Social Security. We have seen a pattern in that the members on the Security Board no longer represent the interests of individuals, but rather the interests of political parties. Stocked with members who are unable to say no to the government. And in such, we continue to see funds of Social Security being depleted. Even during this crisis, we've demonstrated to you the absence of proper planning and understanding of the crisis that is before us. We have seen over and over again the mismanagement of our economy. You remember the tale of the Four Seasons workers? They were shortchanged, poor negotiation. Four Seasons workers today, in seeking to recover, is facing yet another crisis. Brownhill communication workers, so many of them have not yet found meaningful employment. If I'm to even turn your attention to the care packages that are being distributed, we realize that for the Concerned Citizens Movement and the Unity Government, this was an afterthought. It is only after responsible men, women, UTAM within the Nevis Reformation Party decided to move forward and show that caring spirit to citizens, you would recall it was criticized. Only after that, we heard that members of the unity government, members of the Concerned Citizens Movement, ministers, decided that they should take an active part in making sure that persons are taken care of. I want to say to our supporters that we feel your pain at this time, and it is our prayer and hope that God would take us through this time, particularly those in New York, particularly those across the United States. At this time, I say to you, we share your pain and you're in our prayers. Let us understand that a recession is looming. And I'm scared for you, for myself, for your children, our children. Fearful in that we don't believe that the country is really in the hands of individuals who are capable and understand what to do at this time. This week was an important week for us in that we observe Labor Day. And you know, historically, we celebrate Labor Day the first Monday in May annually. Not traditionally a big celebration in Nevis. And I believe that is because the organization that perhaps spearheaded the function over the history of recognizing this contribution of our workers would have been the St. Kitts Nevis Trade Union. But I must say to you that we took the opportunity to reflect on the excellent work and contribution of our founders. The Right Excellent Dr. Simeon Daniel of blessed memory, Levi Morton, Berlin Clark, Ivor Stephen, Herman Liebert, not with us today. We, however, recognize also the contribution of Uriel Swanston, Victor Martin, and Premier Joseph Parry, who I have had the distinct pleasure of serving with. We thank these soldiers for their work, their dedication, their commitment to education, employment, the overall progress of our blessed country. I am only hoping that you too had that opportunity to reflect on the contribution and the work that many of our stalwarts would have done for us. Tonight, I am hoping that we would be able to deepen our discussions and to discuss with you other factors that are affecting us here in Nevis, and at the same time offer solutions that are workable. I have with me this evening Dr. Kelvin Daly, who is no stranger to you. And right after our commercial break, I would say some more words about him by way of introduction, and he will make a presentation to you this evening. let us take a commercial break at this moment. And when we return, I'll introduce to you once again, no stranger, Dr. Kelvin Daly.
As youth, we cry out. We are vocal, and I, for one, cannot contain it any longer. But the current premier hears no one. We complain about the lack of employment opportunities, and he shows us his socks. We complain about the lack of opportunities to obtain a university degree, and he brags about lobster being a part of his diet. We cry in want of a better way for ourselves, a better future. And he says, look at me in my new blue suit. Are these basic things too much to ask of our premier? I think not. His record indicates that he does not care and that the job is more than he can handle. Perhaps it's time for him to go.
NRP, visionary, ready to transform Nevis. Sitting around and saying that you will not vote because things are bad is not a reason to stay at home, but it is the perfect reason to go out and vote for someone like Dr. Daly. Voting is a platform for change, and quite possibly the most important one at that, to vote in candidates that want to change the problem you see. NRP, visionary, ready to transform Nevis.
We must all do our part to rid ourselves of this disease. For starters, let's practice good hygiene and social distancing. We continue to pray for our nurses and medical practitioners as they work tirelessly to prepare themselves to protect us from this pandemic. This message was brought to you by the Nevis Reformation Party.
Dr. Daly is our candidate of choice in the upcoming election. Our candidate who would represent us in the constituency of Nevis 9. He's no stranger to us, and I'm sure he has now become a staple in your homes. Every opportunity he has had, he has used that opportunity to advance your interests. He has served at the highest level in the public service. And believe you me, having served at the highest level, we believe it is now his time to share his ideas, his vision, his party vision with you. I introduce you tonight to Dr. Daly once again, and I ask you to give him your support. Good night, Dr. Daly.
Good night, Mr. Hector. How are you up there in Florida?
I am trying, as I normally say. The grass is no greener on this side of paradise.
You could imagine the difficulty. Well, let me say good evening to all those who have joined the conversation once again. It's good to be out. I missed last week. My phone has been really acting up. It's finally fixed, thankfully. And so we should be good to go towards the future. Mr. Special good evening to those in the diaspora, my good people down in Florida, in New York, and my family is in Connecticut. My sister lives, my brother in St. Croix, good evening to you too. And all those here on St. Peter Need, especially you, and thank you for joining us once again on a kind of balmy Wednesday night, but we are glad to be here with you. Let me pick up on where you left off, Mr. Hector, regarding the government decision to go at Social Security resources to fund the first phase of the recovery effort. Like you, I have great concerns because, as you know, the scheme was meant to assist persons who have contributed and to assist them when they retire, make sure they get their money. Now, with the government's pensions to run to Social Security for every single project. It puts us in a difficult situation in terms of liquidity of Social Security and whether it'll have enough money to maintain the 60-year customary retirement age or whether they're going to jack it up to 65 to make amends for the withdrawals that the government will make. And of course, that is a very difficult situation as it stands. I, like you, was surprised that government's first choice was to go to rather than to feed into the resources of the surplus, which the Prime Minister keeps talking about. We have yet to be told by the Prime Minister exactly how much money is in the surplus and how much money did Dr. Douglas leave and how much money did he contribute. The sum of money is more important to me than who contributed what, because the whole idea of surplus is to make sure when events like this occur, then people would have access to resources to keep them afloat during a difficult period of time. We have not seen any meaningful change by the government, any meaningful intervention by the government, except with Social Security. Social Security has indicated that they have committed $15 million of our money towards this COVID-19 stimulus. As you realize, persons who are above the age of 62, whether they're working or not, do not qualify. Persons who are within a contribute long enough don't qualify. And so there are persons also who are getting sick benefits or disability benefits also do not qualify. So there are a lot of caveats that are put into the scheme that are really causing some heartache for a number of persons in the communities who really need the help right now. Persons, for example, who are 62 and still working. They're working simply because the couple of $100 a month they get in Social Security cannot pay the bills. So they've been working to make ends meet. And it's unfortunate that the government didn't see fit to include those persons in the scheme, this recovery scheme that they've done. I will prefer, thank you, Mr. Hector, to see that $15 million commitment by Social Security be put into a real development project, perhaps expansion of Cherry Garden housing, perhaps extension a new housing division at Hamilton or something like that, to put the country back to work. That is what people want, the dignity of work. The tradesmen who are now idle, the young people, the laborers and the tradespeople, the skilled craftsmen and the needs, they need to be put back to work. And so just like we did back in 2008, 2010, when the worldwide recession hit us here, the NRP moved quickly into making sure enough of our contractors were working by doing the Cherry Garden housing development, other developments, to put people back to work. I would prefer to see an intervention like that on behalf of Social Security. If they had done that, then we could have easily built their homes and sell them even at a reduced price for customers. Because the $15 million that Social Security is giving them is a grant. It is a grant, not a loan. So it's gone. Once the money is used, it's gone. So if Social Security is in a position to donate $15 million to the people's things and needs, what better way to have used that money than to put it into a scheme where persons can benefit, more persons can benefit in the long term. And I would have preferred to put it into a development project. But it is gone into that. It is the water under the bridge. My problem is what happens going forward with Social Security. No, hardly any persons are contributing right now because there's no economy from which to contribute. And so the strain on Social Security will be greater going forward because we do not know how long this pandemic is going to last. We know for sure that economic fallout will last much longer than the health concerns regarding COVID-19. If you listen to, I like to listen to persons who know about economics and model my thinking around what they say. And I listened intently to a presentation made by the Governor of Central Bank 3 weeks ago and then the last weekend. 3 weeks ago, he told us that we can expect a contraction in GDP, in real GDP, in the Federation and perhaps throughout the OECD of between 5 and 7%. That was 3 weeks ago. Last weekend, Sunday, he said he has revised that concern and you're now facing a contraction in GDP of between 10 and 20%. 10 and 20%. That is phenomenal contraction in our gross domestic product. It is something that I've yet to hear the Prime Minister or Premier or Deputy Premier or any member of Cabinet address and show the concerns to the Nevis people regarding that projection by the Governor of the Central. That is those are scary numbers. If you don't understand the economics of this, imagine if I think GDP of Nevis combined is about 1.2 billion US dollars. That's about 3.4 billion EC dollars. Now, you take away 20% of that. That is 20% off the top. That's money you don't have anymore. That money you counted on to do your expenditure is no longer there. So that base has eroded. The question is, what will be the government's response to this erosion of GDP? It has to be something really seismic. The governor himself indicated that the $120 million package that Timothy Harris offered just a few weeks ago is basically laughable in terms of development. Just this weekend, Mia Mottley came out from Barbados and indicated that her care package or her stimulus package was worth over $1 billion. That's 10 times, almost 10 times as much as what the Stevens government had put forward. I remember when Timothy Harris delivered that pronouncement of $120 million a few weeks ago, people applauded, and he himself patted himself on the back and said it's the largest stimulus package anywhere in the OECD. Now here comes Barbados and dropped a bomb, $1 billion KFRA stimulus package. A lot of the money, about $500 million, was geared towards helping persons displaced by the closures of the hotel industry, the service industry. They will be getting direct payments from the government. Companies that hold the employees together, they also would get concessionary agreements with the government. Really seismic move, and that is the kind of investment we would need in Sinkers and Nevis to put us back on level ground. The governor himself said the $120 million is just a maintenance package. It has no real growth input in it. And you must take these things seriously. He didn't become the governor of Central Bank because he's an idiot. He became the Central Bank because he knows what he's talking about. He's a world-renowned economist, and he should know from what evidence he's speaking from. I am amazed, therefore, that we have not had any decent, in-depth conversation about the real economic bite that we're coming. We are hearing it's going to be difficult. We've heard it from the Prime Minister, we've heard it from the Premier. What we have not heard is how do we get out of it? What is government's plan to get us out of it? We have said clearly on our side, you have to invest not in just stopgap measures in agriculture. You really have to invest in the kind of technology and the real impetus in transforming agriculture to a level where people can feel that it's making a meaningful contribution to once again. We have said we need to invest in infrastructure development. We have picked out for that program the Peninsula Road, the coastal road from Long Point to Butlers. It's not secret. We have said it. Open up the country for investment locally and internationally. Get the coastal area occupied and get businesses humming again. We have said it. Within the villages are struggling because they have no inbuilt mechanism to deal with unemployment. Because everybody comes to Charlestown, into the civil service, or into the hotel industry, in St. James in particular. Nobody's thought about how do we get strength, economic strength in the villages where people reside. We in NRP are saying we have to invest in our villages, in Brown Hill, in Bath, in Cox, in Coal Hill. We have to put the kind of infrastructure in place that allows small businesses to come in, take residents, and develop the economy, those local economies in those areas. That is how you build back an economy. That's how you build back a country. I've yet to hear our Premier and the Prime Minister in any definitive terms of how to do it. We have said it more than one way. This is a time where Social Security, again, could have come in, partner with government, and donate the kind of income or the kind of revenue or cash needed to invest in small villages development. We will let us see in Bar, for example, we call factory shells, A-frame buildings occupied by residents of Bar, business people in Bar. Because we all know, if you are contemplating starting a business, your major concern is paying rent while you're trying to catch your footing as a successful business. It is not an easy thing to do. Because regardless if you're making money or not, in terms of profit, the overhead expenses are the ones that are going to drive it down. So we are saying, let us look at models where we can encourage businesses to develop in communities. It is important that we do this. It's important that we move forward with a model of development that keeps us stable into the future. I am saying the one egg in a basket or all eggs in a basket model of tourism cannot work. It will not work. We need to diversify the economy. We need to put a lot of emphasis on localized development throughout the country, not just in Charlestown and not just in hotel businesses or service industries. We're talking about including as many persons in the community as possible into the scheme where persons can get a resident business in the community. We look also at our failures in healthcare. What did we learn? How prepared were we? I've seen so many images of the premier gallivanting around, making himself look important. What is the end result of that? The basic health care is still deficient. This COVID-19 pointed that out clearly, that we were not prepared to deal with it. Even though we had months of notice that this is a protocol that needs to be established. We waited until it got here to not scramble to get things done. Clearly, the premier is out of his element. If anybody watched his presentation last night on Real Talk Corner, it was, now you understand why the gentleman is afraid to pay. Now you understand why he's so afraid to have Kelvin next to him on a stage, talking the issues, talking development, talking education, talking agriculture. That's why he's afraid, and he will never come on the stage with me. So he's talking about, I want to be on his stage. Listen, let me tell you something. You're not even good to be next to me. I'm doing you a favor. Believe me, I'm doing you a favor. You understand? Get your ducks in a row, come and argue. The division people deserves a debate between yourself and myself, Mr. President. They can make a decision based on what you say and what I say. You owe it to the people. You have been in government since 2008. 2008. 12 years. And what has become of us in 12 years? What has become of us? We have moved closer and closer to become another colony of St. Kitts. So we go back to the 1983, before 1983 model, when the NRP moved the country forward. We are going back past that. When we come in now, we're not as one person told me today. We have become another Sandy Point. So Nevis is now Sandy Point. In Nevis, where we believe we are independent, but we are not. Because we are now being sucked further and further into the belly of St. Kitts. Simply because the Premier and the NIA have been too lazy to be creative and independent thinking to get things done on Nevis. And so what they do, they simply go and beg, and beg, and beg some more. We're not arguing about the Charleston Accord, whether it's fair or not. It was a signed document right in Charleston in 2014. I'm not arguing that. Nevis is obviously the fair share from the federal coffers. I'm not arguing that. What has transpired? What has become of that money? How has it been handled or mishandled? Or as the Premier said, squandered? We have not seen any meaningful development in Nevis for that quantum of money that has been invested in Nevis. Under Joseph Parry and NRP, we got much, much less, 10 times less. But look what we did with it. Look what we do with it. He needs to go back and read his Bible. He always talking about Jehovah this, Jehovah that. Go back and read his Bible about the prodigal son. Go back and read it. You understand? Anyhow, the fact remains that we here in NRP, we have proven ourselves. This is not if buts or ifs or buts are maybe. We have told you clearly what we intend to do in government. We have told you the mistakes this government has made regarding the one-to-one laptop program. They are now so uncomfortable with any talk about the one-to-one laptop program. They want to pretend it never happened. Don't talk about it. We want to disappear. We want to return to normal school. What the hell is normal school anymore? What is normal school anymore? Really and truly, think about it. What COVID-19 did to open up the eyes of divisions, NRP and the Labour Party did back in 2014, when we envisioned the importance of having distance learning with our school children. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they're now catching up and talking about we want to go back to the classroom and talk and talk, because they're uncomfortable with the mistake they made by not positioning our students in advanced areas of study. COVID-19 will not be the last. What will happen post-COVID-19 regarding the use of computers with our school children and distance learning? What is the government's policy regarding that? We have yet to hear it. They have yet to articulate, are they going to maintain that program or are they going to disband it? They have yet to say anything to the people of Nevis. They keep saying we don't know when school is going to open. Well, that's a given, we don't know. But make a decision. School will not resume till September. And then you can plan properly. Parents can plan properly to deal with the closure between now and September. Exam is up. The TXC is now up, coming up in July. Delayed by a month. We can't be talking about school now. That's a foregone conclusion. Get over it. Move and say school will resume in September. We're going to continue the online classes, and hopefully we will convince the government and send kids and things ain't got the money. So let us keep the computers for the students, because those computers are loaned. They're not given to the students. They're not gifts. They are loaned. You break it, you pay for it. Somebody keep it, you pay for it. I mean, that is thought, right? I can't see anybody in CCM breaking a computer. I don't think that happened. Maybe if an NRP student break their computer, they have to pay. But definitely not. When you say CCM also there. I vote for all you paying up for that. We subscribe to the nonsense. So long and short is this. We have been speaking about the lack of policy initiatives regarding distance learning. We have hit that constantly. We have spoken at length about our difficulty with the debt burden we are facing. The Premier has yet to say whether government will suspend its payments to the bank. Its monthly commitment of over $5 million to the bank every month to service the $500 million debt that I have since incurred. What is very frightening is a presentation he made on the Antigua Observer newspaper, broadcast, 2 weeks ago, a week ago, sorry, which he indicated that the government will have to now go borrow more money to get us out of the situation. This is a lesson that I hope divisions understand. I hope they understand. Because the recklessness in which the government has handled the resources, it's what's on trial here. The recklessness of which we have allowed this government to deal with our money is what's on trial for the next election. We have said time and time that this government has been reckless, fiscally reckless with our money. The chickens have now come in $500 million debt, $5 million a month in debt. And the Premier is talking about going back to borrow more money. What resources I do? But the fact remains, since we don't have the capacity to borrow on our own, it means we are further further in the pocket of the federal government, further a colony of Sinkits, another Sunday point on Nevis. I am saying to the people of Sinkits, I'm saying to people in Nevis, you need to wake up and decide what's in your best interest. Too many of you are out there defending. When NRP was in a similar position, you are criticizing. You're not doing the government any favor by keeping quiet and lashing out and saying, you guys are always talking politics on the other side. You're not doing the country any favor. You're not doing your people, your children any favor by continuing to condone the recklessness and this foolishness that this government is doing, whether you support them or not. Call a spade a spade. If you're doing nonsense, say it clearly. Mr. Premier, you are doing nonsense. It doesn't mean I ain't gonna vote for you, but come out clearly, let the man know you are watching and you are cautious and you are careful about your own income. The government should be careful about yours. Because listen, we all gotta pay it, you know. We all gotta pay it. Once you are alive in this country, you're gonna have to pay the bills. And he's racking them up and we are paying them. We are paying them. And so we have to be cognizant. Is this man the best steward of our resources that we can afford? I say no. His record is there to be seen. It's a record of failure across all his ministries. Tourism, energy, health, education, all his ministries. Tell me one good thing that has happened. One good thing. All abject failure. And no matter sugarcoating, no matter dancing around in bushes or cooking lobster, whatever, it's gonna change the fact. You don't change the narrative on us. We know the narrative, and you're a failure, Mr. Premier. Abject failure. I'll drink on that.
As youth, we cry out. We are vocal, and I, for one, cannot contain it any longer. But the current premier hears no one. We complain about the lack of employment opportunities, and he shows us his socks. We complain about the lack of opportunities to obtain a university degree, and he brags about lobster being a part of his diet. We cry in want of a better way for ourselves, a better future. And he says, look at me in my new blue suit. Are these basic things too much to ask of our premier? I think not. His record indicates that he does not care and that the job is more than he can handle. Perhaps it's time for him to go.
NRP, visionary, ready to transform Nevis. Sitting around and saying that you will not vote because things are bad is not a reason to stay at home, but it is the perfect reason to go out and vote for someone like Dr. Daly. Voting is a platform for change, and quite possibly the most important one at that, to vote in candidates that want to change the problem you see. NRP, visionary, ready to transform Nevis.
We must all do our part to rid ourselves of this disease. For starters, let's practice good hygiene and social distancing. We continue to pray for our nurses and medical practitioners as they work tirelessly to prepare themselves to protect us from this pandemic. This message was brought to you by the Nevis Reformation Party.
Yes, in our first presentation, we have had Dr. Daly, who has indicated to you clearly his understanding and interpretation that there are a lack of policy initiative that in any way can drive this economy forward. He indicated to us what advice was given by the governor of the central bank as it relates to how do we go forward? I believe at this time in Nevis, we are to be taking a conscious effort to understand what is going on. I believe at this time in Nevis, we are to realize that despite COVID, we have to go forward. And so it is important that we understand how is it we are going to move from where we are going forward. Dr. Daly, I'm going to ask you to come back in again at this time and to continue. You have raised some serious issues. You have indicated that the Premier himself has failed in every area of his portfolio. We would want you to speak to us in terms of these failures, as you would have observed, I am sure the country would have observed.
You want me to do that now?
Yes.
Hello? Yeah, okay. But let's take it one by one. Let's look at the easiest one, agriculture. All of a sudden, the Premier is now the spokesperson for agriculture. He has put aside his Zoom Jeffers, except to use him yesterday or the day before to give us a roll of fish back wire to our fishers. Now, look at the irony of this. Look at the irony of this. What is the policy regarding development of fisheries? What is the government policy or policies regarding fisheries development? A roll of wire? Is that the policy? Or is it trying to be gratuitous and saying, listen, you know, forget about the fact that we failed you since 2013 till now, but here's a roll of wire. One roll of wire. If you want another one, you're going to cost your half. Is that the extent of the development of fisheries? Fisheries could be a very lucrative sector for a number of families. Remember, each fisherman has a family to support. 3 or 4 members who he actually supports. Now, how giving them a roll of wire would advance that case? It doesn't make any sense. What the officials want to hear are what is government's policies regarding the fisheries development? How can it better benefit in the long term? How do I get my children interested in becoming fishers? How do we move the sector forward? What are the policies? What are the concessions given to fishers? Not a roll of wire. After they've taken away a $30 million complex, callously destroyed a $30 million gift, the largest gift in the OECA any country has ever received. A well thought out, well designed project to move fishing to the next level on divisions. And this guy thinks that giving a roll of wire is sufficient to wipe away that wickedness that they back in 2013. It is not. It is not. They have not moved anywhere near developing an on-land or terrestrial based fish farming exercise. What's the policy regarding that? We are with that. We started the groundwork back in 2012 by starting the first on Nevis commercial pond experiment to develop tilapia as an industry on Nevis. Because at the time in 2013, we were importing tons of tilapia fillets from, guess where? Vietnam. Vietnam. You know how far Vietnam is from Nevis? And we were importing tons of it from Vietnam. We said, no, we need a policy regarding self-sufficiency in terms of creating a fish farm situation. And we started the work, the experimentation. We had the stock. It was just to build it out now in the community. And they let it die up there at Prosper. So many people did not know that we had started this project. The pond was 120 feet long, 40 feet wide, 40 feet. And we had thousands of fish in it. To give away, to start the seeding program for other farmers to benefit from. This is the kind of idea that the Premier and the Prime Minister and the Deputy Premier of Nevis need to come with. How do we empower people? How do we put money in people's pockets regarding development of agriculture? We spoke at length last week before last with Danny Atherton about the other aspects of agriculture. But there's also marine-based fish farming that we have not even started to explore. We had conversations back in 2012 with the European Union for offshore fish farming exercise using what we call a cobbler. Some people call it pompano, African pompano. We call it cobbler around here. But that was well advanced in what people were thinking. How do you marry then the on-land program with the marine program, along with the fisheries complex? How can we integrate those into making us more self-sufficient in fish production, in fish utilization? Because we saw the trend. Nivigans prefer to eat fish. It's our cultural heritage. We prefer to eat fish. The demands on our offshore, nearshore fisheries has been exceedingly high. We have yet to meet it. That is why importation has gone up to the roof. The hotels prefer what we call a portion size, 4-ounce serving. This is where the fish farming aspect is very important, because then you can culture those fish to exact size what the hotels want. Either we do it here or we're going to import them. And that's what they're doing now, they're importing them. Why can't we empower our people to do these things in a small scale in whatever area they choose? These are some of the policies that have been missing since NRP left office. Given the role of wire, Mr. Hector, we will not do it. It is far from it. Then you look at education. We just spoke a little bit about education policy. The reason why education is falling down are the reasons why. Because there hasn't been any policy regarding what's the shelf life of our schools. What should be the shelf life of Charleston Secondary, Gingerland Secondary? When we were campaigning in 2017, we told people clearly, we will build you a brand new high school, because we recognize one of the chief aspects of improving children's ability to learn is an enriched environment, a modern environment. Who can be fooled to believe in Charleston Secondary offers anything along that line? Who? Not even goats could be, saying they feel comfortable anymore in an environment like Charleston Secondary, or junior secondary for that matter. The teachers have done their level best, the administrators are doing so much. But the environment itself is detrimental to the learning experience. And that was occurring even before. No, and it was occurring when I was the deputy principal back in 2010. I'm sorry, 2006, 2005, 2004. And it has gotten progressively worse. What is the policy regarding how do we move education forward? What is the government's plan regarding skills training for all those persons who do not want to go to a tertiary level institution in the States to get a degree in psychology or sociology or math or science, whatever it is? We have a lot of young people in this country who will prefer to develop a skill trade, what you call industrial trade, whether welding or something like that. They prefer, the young ladies prefer to do manicures or pedicures or massage therapy or something along those lines. People want to work with their hands. People like that kind of thing. We have not been catering to that aspect of our development at all, at least here on Nevis. We propose again in 2017 to establish on Nevis a center of excellence for skills development, which took in consideration the needs of the sectors that I just described: the trade sector, the industrial sector, the soft sector. We have spoken about all those things, encapsulated why we believe they're important. Yet, all we're hearing from our Premier is that things don't get bad and things get bad worse. We understand there was a meeting here recently where they're looking now at persons who have gone to, it could be 55 years this year, to be sent home. Persons who, because of the difficulties the government is having, making payments, making the salary, they're now looking to cut those people from the system. At a time like this, when there's so much difficulty already, you are trying to make families more destitute. At a time like this, I understand the crisis. I understand the governments need to save money to remain liquid. But why are you going to take a sector of your society because they're 55 in a crisis? You're going to say it's hard. Where's the creativity in that? When they say, listen, we are in a crisis situation here. We're going to reduce the payroll by 10% across the board. We're going to maintain everybody. Why are you going to say because you're 55, you're going to be tossed there, you're going to be tossed? I know what the civil service regulation says. 55 is it, and the government is in its right. I don't want to take that right away from them. But you don't want to do it for the wrong reasons. And the wrong reason is right now that is a crisis on it. Persons who retire at 55, persons who stay on and because of beyond 55, are persons who are deemed essential, persons who are critical to the government programs. They have the institutional memory and capacity to do work. We have chosen 55 to make persons do work. I am not arguing that. I'm saying a time when there are no opportunities out in the society, where people can bounce off and get a second job to make ends meet, those opportunities. Have an honest conversation with the public service. What are the options in the public service? Why is it so easy to say, listen, cut, you go, you stay? And I was telling you something what's going to happen. You're going to have a dichotomy in the public service, where those persons who are loyal to the party, existing system party, will remain, and those persons who suspect are persons who are not fully supported will be asked to go. Easy targets, because who's going to defend them? Not a single soul. Not a single soul. This is what we're going to end up with. Yeah. By a hyper-partisan, cleaning house of civil servants, if the premier gets away with it. If he gets away with it. It is time for the people of these societies. We need policies regarding how we move through COVID-19 recovery. Sending home people at 55 at this point, in my opinion, is not the best method. Let us all bear the pain together. Let us all do it together. Back in 2008, 2010, when Four Seasons closed, and we had the double whammy of Four Seasons closure and the global recession, who did Mr. Parry send home for the public service? Who? Who got laid off? We had lost so much money, income from the closure of the hotel. Who got sent home? No, nobody got sent home. Matter of fact, Mr. Parry hired a lot of persons from Four Seasons, allowed them to work, and then return to Four Seasons. We can do this together. And so we need hard and fast policies regarding how we deal with the effects of COVID-19. Those are just two things. We're looking at healthcare. It's clearly obvious that the premier is out of his element regarding policy developments for health. He botched big time just because of, again, bad-mindedness. The chickens are not come home to roost. Bad-mindedness. He always come back to haunt you. In 2013, when he decided to try to humbug the progress NRP made with dialysis treatment, he allowed the machines to rack up there at Alexander Hospital. Persons were dying. He himself said, persons in the Federation and persons in the OECS, 8 out of 10 were suffering from non-communicable disease, including renal failure. And he had the temerity, the bad-mindedness to say, I'm going to allow those machines to sit upright. Now, those same persons who are struggling with renal failure, who need dialysis, are now to go to St. Kitts 3 times a week to be dialyzed. And the funny thing is, a number of the supporters are among those people. And if you hear them defend the government, you will not believe it. They're willing to put their lives at risk to save this government. A government that has done nothing. Well, sometimes I wonder what the hell is in their water to drink. I'm wondering, is that kind of Kool-Aid or something? Because I've never seen such level of sacrifice to no end. I mean, persons die in war to defend the country. We don't want to be, victims of any invasion. We fight a war for the motherland. You have to ask yourself the question, what is propelling people to put their lives on the line? What propelled parents to turn their eyes away from when Mark Randy took away their laptop from the children and gave it back, and not a soul wink, except supporters of the News Revolution Party? Not a single parent on their side said, enough is enough. This is crazy. But back to policy. Because what has been happening over the years, are bandages, not policy. They react to every little thing. Look at what happened when we had the crisis in water in 2017. What did the Premier say, Mr. Heck? He said to the nation, the cabinet has just approved $10.5 million for immediate disbursement to drill 3 new wells and infrastructure. That was 2017. I think it was April. What was the policy? There was no policy because they didn't drill anything. It was a reaction to a crisis that water, the demand was outstripping supply. Because they had not invested in anything since NRP came into power. NRP left power. They didn't invest in anywhere else. Any technology. Demands keep growing, but they never kept up with the supply. So after the crisis hit, they're brought on by a drought. I don't know what science these guys are talking about, because Nevis is floating on water, not sea water, fresh water. It just to get it out. It has nothing to do with rainfall. It's a matter of keeping supply and demand at the same level. Get the water out, you meet your demand. You meet your demand. Supply can always match demand if you have enough wells. This is the crisis. He did not invest any money in those wells. 10.5, he said he had. What was the policy then regarding how we keep water flowing through our tap? There hasn't been any shift in policy because they have not invested in anything else. They have now gone to Hamilton for the whole well and a dog back in the day, and they say they're gonna filter it. Where's the filter? Where's the $500,000 it's gonna cost to put in your filtering system? The well is still there. Your site, Mr. Hector, we went visiting and we sat there unused, untapped. Untapped. So where is the new capacity? What is the policy regarding power generation of the power plant? Are we going to go to geothermal, Mr. Hector? Because in 2017, the Premier said the switch will be thrown. The power purchase agreement was signed in 2015. Are we any closer? Every year around election time, they start with the same nonsense that geothermal is once again on track. Really? Now, if you believe that, I got a bridge somewhere in Brooklyn, I'll tell you. Because it's all poppycock. All poppycock. They roll out these things every year, almost on command. Automatic, as if people don't have a memory of what was said. It is shocking that the same people, these idiots that say themselves they're governing this country. They're not governing this country. They're raping this country. That's what they're doing. They're full in their pocket. You look at what, somebody sent me a picture of the Honorable Minister Zoot Jefferson's mansion up there over in St. James. 3-car garage, double story, I understand he has a theater in there, all manner of things. And a salary that he has there. The dance camp with the lights. Something ain't right there. Why aren't people talking about that, Mr. When you build a little house down there in Marion Avenue, and all to say, oh, heck, they build a big house. Look at Zook's house up there, you said. Your house is like a bedroom compared to his house. Look at the house on the Troy Level built over there in Castle. Your house can be having a garage. This is the level of quietness we are getting from their side of the argument. The level of corruption and greed we are seeing first time, and the silence of discipline. And it makes you wonder. It makes you really wonder. Why the silence? Is it because if given the chance, they will do the same thing? Or they simply hate NRP so much that anything else is acceptable? The new normal is now acceptable of corruption and greed and avarice, misfeasance and malfeasance in public office? Is that the new normal we are now accepting? We have criticized the premier, and he has said we are criticizing because he makes the salary. We are criticizing primarily because, and listen carefully, if you believe you can do two jobs, full-time jobs in the same day, then you're not the premier of the You're God. You are God Almighty. Because there's no way you can be doing two 24-hour jobs in a 24-hour day. Can't be done. You are compensated for doing two half-ass work. Right? This is a criticism. We are, like I understand you was on like real talk and saying we are finding fault with his two salary. And we are finding fault that he gave back one. Okay. He gave back one. Congratulations, you gave back. After 5 years of fleecing the treasury of people, they gave back one. But I ask the more important question. The more important question the people of News have to ask him and to understand. Let's say he get two salary. What did he do to deserve this? What project, what development, what program, what suite of policies did he create to say, I have worked? Never mind criticism for NRP and whoever else. Here is my evidence that I deserve these two salaries. What has he brought? What has he brought? I could understand and I will forgive him for being immoral by taking those two salaries, because it's the first time in history it has been done. People had opportunities before. But the first thing it's been done. And he keeps trying to say, well, Joseph Parry did it, and I Stephen did it. Nonsense, it never happened. It's a lie. Bold-faced lie. And Mr. Premier, Mr. Parry has testified to that. Are you going to take Mark Francis' word for Joseph Parry's word? In which world are we living in then? But get back to this story. We have said clearly, show us what you've done with the resources given to you. Show us the books and how you spent the money that given to you. Show us the program of development you have brought to this country. And we're going to say, brother, we're not only going to allow you to keep it down salary, we don't give you a raise. You don't give you a raise because you've done such a magnificent job that you deserve a raise. Show us. It is simple. And all those persons out there in the gospel, they should be challenging the premier every turn. Mr. Premier, you want my vote? I like you as a person. I think you're decent. I voted for you last time. But these are critical times now. You want to hold on to the post? I want to see you on the same stage again. I want to see you debate him. I want to see you put there in a box and bury him like you said you can do it. Let's go, Mr. Premier. You're afraid of. Take off his skirt and put on a pants. There we go. Mano, mano. Bring your record to the people. We ain't gonna even talk about it ourselves. That ain't important. Bring your record. Foreign Minister, bring your record. How many embassies you open? What benefits did you bring in terms of trade and bilateral relations where we get trade benefits? Did you bring back, even Foreign Minister, did you bring back the fisheries complex? You didn't bring it back. Did you get back our visa-free travel to Canada like you promised? No, you didn't. They gave us visa to travel to Russia. Who the hell want to go to Russia? To Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, and Soviet Georgia. You know, who cares? What have you done to uplift trade and development on Nevis as Minister of Foreign Affairs? What have you done to advance tourism as a Minister of Tourism? What have you done to transform education as a Minister of Education? What have you done to strengthen our health as a Minister of Health? I can go on and on all night. Because each one of those ministries, show me any bright light. Show me any, you know, creativity, any transformative idea that you brought. Just one. Just one. Tell me one. You lost Brown Communications, right in St. John. You lost it. And you say you didn't know. Brother, if you didn't know, you should have known. You haven't brought anything to replace it. You say you're going to absorb them. You're going to find something for the people. How many have been absorbed? Have been absorbed in the poverty. That's the only thing you absorb them to. You know, the lack of clarity, the lack of vision. It's amazing to me that this guy is our premier. It's amazing to me. Because you would think that a premier would have had some level of vision to say, clearly, this is how we move from point A to point B. He spends all his time these days just cussing me. What little Kelvin did. Me ain't touch the money. Me only give him a little bruise down and there, a little cough down and there. Me not really boxing it. You know? And every chance he gets, he spend an hour and he's cussing. The same man he said he was not talking about, a man who can't have any same state. You know. I don't know, Mr. Hector, what else I need to say to this gentleman. I don't know what else I need to say to the people. All I'm saying to them clearly, the choice is theirs to make. You have looked whether he wants to be on the same stage with me or not. If you are to be conscious about how you cast your vote, you are now required to do a little digging, a little investigation, and maybe research. You don't take much. To ask a simple question: what has it brought to you and your family? I'm not talking about personal favors, because you can give a man a fish and eat for the day. You teach a man to fish in his own lifetime. Who has it taught in your household? Who has it taught in your community how to fish? Who has it taught on Nevis how to fish? Try not to roll a wire. It needs for today. Try out this and try out that. It needs for today. People want a dignity of work. People want a good paying job. People want security in their lives. But the income security of processing. This government is not offering any of that. They're simply giving you, good sounding words, empty sounding words. And I say it is time for the people to really make the right decision and vote what makes sense. And I end it.
As youth, we cry out. We are vocal, and I, for one, cannot contain it any longer. But the current premier hears no one. We complain about the lack of employment opportunities, and he shows us his socks. We complain about the lack of opportunities to obtain a university degree, and he brags about lobster being a part of his diet. We cry in want of a better way for ourselves, a better future. And he says, look at me in my new blue suit. Are these basic things too much to ask of our premier? I think not. His record indicates that he does not care and that the job is more than he can handle. Perhaps it's time for him to go.
NRP, visionary, ready to transform Nevis. saying that you will not vote because things are bad is not a reason to stay at home, but it is the perfect reason to go out and vote for someone like Dr. Daly. Voting is a platform for change, and quite possibly the most important one at that. To vote in candidates that want to change the problem you see. NRP, visionary, ready to transform Nevis.
We must all do our part to rid ourselves of this disease. For starters, let's practice good hygiene and social distancing. We continue to pray for our nurses and medical practitioners as they work tirelessly to prepare themselves to protect us from this pandemic. This message was brought to you by the Nevis Reformation Party.
Thank you, Dr. Daly. I believe that those persons who've been following the message and vision of the Nevis Reformation Party, indeed, the choice should be an easy one. You have touched on a number of shortcomings of our premier, and truly, you have not been exhaustive in that we find it difficult in every way to give our premier a high score on any policy decision that he has made. Our premier has a serious difficulty in terms of accounting to the average Nevisian for his time in government over the past 13 years. We have had the opportunity to look at him and to compare what he said then as opposed to what he's saying now. We all recall in 2010, as leader of the opposition, our premier had a lot to say with regards to the debt that the Federation found itself in. Over and over and over again, our premier would have said to us that we are on the cliff. We are about to fall as a federation because of the excessive spending of Prime Minister Douglas. Let us fast forward to now. How different can we say our premier has been? His fiscal management, is it something that we can say we are proud of? Budget after budget. And let's just take the last 7 years. We would have recognized that he has just been spending. For those of you who live in Nevis, those of you who have visited before this COVID period, you would have recognized that there are a number of projects in Nevis that you cannot in any way say they're close to finish. All of these projects were started. We warned you as a party that we cannot look at anything as a trucking industry. Moving things from one place to the other and living on the treasury would not help us. We warned you. We told you over and over again, just like Judith Gold of the IMF, the budgetary framework of the NIA was not realistic. Don't take it from me. Let us use the IMF, for example. The IMF would have asked the Nevis Island administration to diversify the citizen by investment program into education, into sports. But they haven't listened. And so when you judge the premier against any policy that is thriving, you cannot even say that he has listened to the dictates of those who have given sound advice. You cannot say that at all. We have not seen any diversification. What we have seen is a cup in hand and a journey to Bastia to make noise for what we have referred to as a fair share. $200 million would have been given to the NIA, so we are told. And sometimes I even move with these figures with caution, because you're not going to be able to verify whether or not that was the spending until you change the government. I don't know if we can trust sometime the words. Dr. Daly spoke earlier of 120 million by the Prime Minister invested to deal with this COVID pandemic. And from the day I heard that figure, the question that was in my mind was a simple one. Is this hard, real cash? Or is it just an estimate? We have looked at it and we've realized that it's pure politics. Posturing to give the impression that in this situation, the government has spent resources. Let us look at the areas where the resources have been spent, so-called resources. With the spending, there's still an uncertainty as to what is going to happen with our students. We have seen so many persons in themselves unable to benefit from the quick patches. On this program, I think one of our guests referred to it as activities, not serious policies that we could latch on and we can say that we are benefiting from. The question is, when we are to reflect on what is going on in Nevis at this time, can we say for sure that we are satisfied with the policy direction, that we are satisfied with the deliverables that the Concerned Citizens Movement would have given? What we are saying as a party is that as any logical-minded person, your answer to those questions would be no. You can look at every situation in which we have had a comment from our premier. It is either along the lines of insulting you or insulting someone else. You cannot say that you've seen a clearly thought out plan in any area. And some of the garbage that he brings to the surface, it is time that Nevisians reject it. Too often we recognize when he journeyed to Parliament in St. Kitts, there isn't really a contribution that is made. He stands up and he said to us, I was not going to talk. And I'm only getting up because I recognize that somebody on the other side has made a statement that is untoward and is not true. That is the level of representation you get. And follow the statement. His intention was not to speak, but you have been paying him over and over again for that representation. And that representation you are not getting. If we are to give him credit for the $200 million that we were told Nevis received, and I say to you, we would only know the truth of these spending when the government is not with us anymore. There isn't any way that you would be able to verify this. Dr. Daly spoke a while ago about the measures that he's hearing would be put in place to cut staff and to stick to the strict tenets of the Public Service Act by making sure that at 55 people go home. That is sad. And that is not what should be contemplated at this time. So you have balloon expenses for the government. And in your mind as a premier, instead of creating a level playing field for all, attrition, you're going to cut the seniors in our society, those who are trained, those who carried the mantle during the period when the Nevis Reformation Party was in government. You look around you and you see the level of placements that have taken place in the civil service. Look at it. As if the only criteria for working now is the loyalty to the concerned citizens movement. The other day, it was drawn to my attention that a number of persons have been given senior management positions. Nothing is wrong with that. If people truly deserve, given their qualification in a system that we've all enjoyed, truly offer the promotion. But what we are seeing is that that is not the test. The test is being able to be a card-carrying member of the concerned citizens movement. And in that way, you would be rewarded. You know, we have seen over and over again how the Treasury has become the engine room for personal development. And not personal development as a country. Development and growth for a few. I believe it is your time now to stop the pillage. I believe it is your time now to put your country above your selfish attitudes and make that decision in the best interest of your country. Pretty soon, we are going to have a dissolution of Parliament. And what that means is that you would be called upon to elect a government that can represent you. A government that understands the timing in which you are. A government that can say to you, presently, while we understand the importance of COVID-19, there's a storm ahead. And we have to make sure that there are practices and policies put in place to guide this country. You are to make sure that your choice is an important one. I would want to share with you this evening that I am of the opinion that at this time, in order to move the focus and to move the focus off of just COVID-19, I would recommend to the government that what they should do is to now have a department. Those of you who have had a history with the government, a history with the civil service, you would realize the growth. Whether it is environment, whether it's in the cooperative, you move from a single unit, you move to a department where you can bring into focus and shape the future of that department vis-a-vis the country. And so I would want to recommend at this time that the COVID-19 situation be placed in the hands of a capable permanent secretary. Have a department that handles this so that we can move on. You know, I understand the importance of the pandemic, but I also understand that an unjustified period of continued emergency measures are just going to drive us further and further down. As a government, we are to remove the politicians from COVID right now. As a people, we are to make the suggestion that the activities and the importance of this, we can give it the prominence within the civil service in terms of a department that handles the activity. But we cannot continue to be placing everything there is on COVID. We recognize it's going to be with us for a long time. Our students would have to be back in school. We have to start thinking in terms of the airport. No, we have not forgotten. And you as a voter must not allow the Premier and his cabal to dangle before your eyes the epidemic and cause you to forget that we have an airport there that is lying idle. We have not yet seen the agreement. All we knew that was a friend and candidate and ambassador came to us. And an institution that the federal government saw no reason to employ, the Nevis Island Administration, after giving us all the ideas that they have the answer, they have failed us in that regard. And we have nothing to show. The last thing we were told is that our airport was leased. That is the last thing we were told. We have asked for the documentation. We have asked for the documentation. We realize that the executive director was saying one thing, the Nevis Island Administration was saying another thing, but you, the people, were left out. It is time that we focus on proper representation. It is time that we focus on effective policies that can drive the country forward. We would take a break at this time, and when we return, we are going to have a dialogue between myself and Dr. Daly in terms of some of the questions that emanated throughout the discussion that we have recorded here in the chat room.
As youth, we cry out. We are vocal, and I, for one, cannot contain it any longer. But the current premier hears no one. We complain about the lack of employment opportunities, and he shows us his socks. We complain about the lack of opportunities to obtain a university degree, and he brags about lobster being a part of his diet. We cry in want of a better way for ourselves, a better future. And he says, look at me in my new blue suit. Are these basic things too much to ask of our premier? I think not. His record indicates that he does not care and that the job is more than he can handle. Perhaps it's time for him to go.
NRP, visionary, ready to transform Nevis. Sitting around and saying that you will not vote because things are bad is not a reason to stay at home, but it is the perfect reason to go out and vote for someone like Dr. Daly. Voting is a platform for change, and quite possibly the most important one at that, to vote in candidates that want to change the problem you see. NRP, visionary, ready to transform Nevis.
We must all do our part to rid ourselves of this disease. For starters, let's practice good hygiene and social distancing. We continue to pray for our nurses and medical practitioners as they work tirelessly to prepare themselves to protect us from this pandemic. This message was brought to you by the Nevis Reformation Party.
Welcome back. You're with us, our virtual meeting, the Nevis Reformation Party, and we continue to engage you. I'm sure you would have realized, and by now that it is common knowledge, that pretty soon you would have to choose a government that can represent you. In Nevis, we have had quite a bit of frustrations. You would recall that the electoral office in itself was closed for 6 months. We are yet to have a report that clearly indicated to us what were all these atrocities that we were told by the AG. Shortly after that, you were taken through greater frustrations. You were told the machines were not working. A level of frustration at each and every level. Dr. Daly, you would have suffered frustrations in yourself with the process of objections. Kindly share with the public firsthand the level of frustration that you have experienced vis-a-vis the electoral office and concerns that would have been raised by others in this regard.
Well, I would have raised objections prior to the 2017 election. It was very frustrating, yes, excessively, because I would have come prepared with my evidence that these objections had to do with persons residing in an area that clearly they did not reside, and hence the objection. So when I would have proceeded to make the objections, I would have come to the hearings and armed with my evidence present, only to be told by the officer present that I would not be able to feel the objection in the absence of the person I'm objecting to, regardless of the evidence I had at hand. So what CCM was advising their followers to do was not to show up in the objection hearings. And they did that. They did not show up. And therefore, those persons' names remain on the pool the list of registered voters. The matter, I understand, in this last go around, I wasn't involved, but I understand there's a court case that emanated from the fact that objections were being brought by the NRP against over 130 persons in St. John, and those objections were not being heard for similar reasons. That the persons were overseas, they were not present, or they did not show up to the hearing, and therefore automatically those cases were heard. I find it to be ridiculous, ludicrous, and one-sided. Because if you are talking about a clear objection hearing, and persons have gone to length and breadth to investigate whether a person lives and resides in a certain area, and evidence points to the fact they don't, regardless if the person is there or not, to present their side of it, then the hearing must proceed. So I am appealing to the officer in charge to rethink, because I understand in other areas of things, in St. James, for example, whether you show up or not is irrelevant. So you can't have this bifurcated situation. You either have a single policy or you don't have a policy. If you're going to say St. James is saying whether you show up or not, we're going to go through, and St. Paul's is saying, and St. John's is saying, no, we need the persons present, then you're going to have a problem. We've expressed these concerns to the Electoral Commission, and they had promised to adjudicate and make a ruling. We have yet to hear what they say. We have also objected to a situation where persons we didn't have access to the pictures of voters. We understand the other side had it. We didn't have it. We didn't have the benefit of it. And as we all know, persons sometimes carry a name that is not on the register. People don't know them by the name. So you go into a community, do you know this person? Oh, I don't know him, but if you had a picture, you could tell, oh yes, that's John Brown, he lives down the road. We have been asking for time immemorial, and the commission agreed that we had access, we had a right to access it. But here on our electoral office has said no. Mr. Bailey has said no. So those are issues I have first-hand information with regarding the disenfranchisement of persons in the first instance, and the second instance, difficulty removing, clearly removing people who clearly did not reside where they still lived, simply because they wanted to stop the vote against the NRP.
Your take, Dr. Daly, on an independent electoral commission and office.
It's the only way. I've been saying it, I've written about it, I've been preaching about it. There is too much political partisanship in the electoral office. The electoral office is supposed to be a place where anyone can go on either side of the political divide and feel comfortable that they're not being taken advantage of, they're not being disadvantaged. When you have political operatives, I'm not talking about a mere supporter, I'm talking about a vocal, very strong supporter of the political party power. When you have those kind of persons manning the electoral office, then you can expect only one outcome. You're going to have irregularities. You're going to have persons taking advantage of you. You're going to have persons turning you back because they simply believe that you're going to support, you're going to register and vote against them. You have these issues when they are getting access to the picture list. These are common episodes because you have then an office that has been compromised, ethically compromised, because you have deliberately chosen to stock it with your most diehard supporters, people who will do your bidding to get things done. Elections are won and lost, Ms. Nectar, through the electoral office. We all know that. What occurs there besides how the election outcome is resolved? And if you have persons who are not independent, people who are compromised because of their political view, I remember the supervisor of elections himself, Mr. Daly. We have seen him, Mr. Hector, ourselves. That in his blue, CCM vote, CCM. He is the electoral, he's the supervisor of elections. Then you're going to the office supervisor, hardcore CCM supporter. Now, between those two, who tells what goes on inside it? We have heard stories that persons not of division ancestry who have not resided on these long enough to be registered have been registered. We have heard the stories. And some of them are clearly true. How did that happen? How did they succeed in doing that? Because they control the mechanisms inside the office. And so clearly we need a rethink, an independent body that looks at making the process fair and inclusive for all persons.
In recent times, I have had a complaint, and it seems as though what is happening in the office now, and this is the level of gangsterism. As when you go to register, you're asked to provide a contact number. A contact number either for you or the person who would be picking up the ID. Well, I was told recently that someone registered, and within 24 hours of the registration, the premier called to say congratulations. So what is happening there? It seems as if you're correct in saying that political operatives inside the office, they have been placed there to collect your number to give the premier a start. So within 24 hours of your registration, you're getting a call to say, congratulations on your registration. This is indeed wrong. Shouldn't happen. Registration goes through a process. You register, you're placed on the monthly list to give people an opportunity to object whether or not you are living where you say you are. Before that list could come out, you can get a call from the premier to indicate to you congratulations on registration. That is the level of activity that is taking place in the electoral office.
But beside the call, they also get correspondence from the premier, and introducing himself and basically having a jump on any conversation for these new registrants. I just find the whole thing abominable. I find it to be dishonest, unethical. In our outreach ourselves, we have had to go through the voters list, the published voters list, and get people's names and addresses, and write with our manifesto, we write with information to those persons, inviting them to have conversations with us. The only thing that's available to us is that. But he has a first-hand pick, first-hand view of all are registered and have access to them quickly and immediately.
It shows the level of desperation. Very high level of desperation at this time.
There's more than desperation. I think it's dishonesty.
You're correct. You're putting it better than I would. A level of dishonesty to capture, which shows the only interest is to capture a vote, but not to do anything with it.
I'll tell you something, Mr. Hector. One thing Mark Brantley knows how to do very well. I mean, he's a masquerade he's a masquerader. He's a chameleon. We know that. He knows how to get into the psyche of the division public without presenting any hard performance data to them. I don't know what is wrong with our people, because in any other circumstance, people will ask you for proof of intent. If you are going to be courting a young lady, for example, and you're proposing marriage, the first question she's going to ask you, of course, if she has anything of intelligence, she's going to ask you, well, how do you plan to support me? How are we going to live? How are we going to exist? You can't exist on promises of love alone. How is it that we surrender those qualities of intuition, of analysis and questioning when it comes to our politics and our politicians? It's befuddling.
I think you and I both spoke of the drain on Social Security earlier. And I know you tend to hold a lot of data. Could you give the public an understanding of the quantity, let's say the millions of dollars that have been taken out of Social Security over the last 7 years or so to support CCM projects, as you call it, that are still yet unfinished?
Well, the last tranche of money they took was $20 million. They took that last year when they wanted to do the resurfacing of the Island Main Road from 5 turnings in Cotton Ground to all the way to the airport, Castle. They have done the first phase from 5 turnings to Cliff Dwellers. The project was slated to cost $6.5 million and costing 6.8. So the government, even though they borrowed 20, that project was supposed $13 million. They have spent $6.8 million of that money. The rest they have secured and they're using to finish other projects or to help pay civil servants. Now, I just find the whole thing distasteful because in the first instance, they keep hitting our basket in Social Security. They keep going back to that well. And they're doing it simply because they have positioned the requisite personnel to head Social Security. The chairman of Social Security is the treasurer for CTA. They are board members on the Social Security board that are die-hard supporters of CCM. So they have positioned themselves in a way that no other government has been able to do before. So they go to Social Security knowing fully well that they have the requisite manpower to extract from Social Security whatever they want. They have gone to Social Security for tens of millions of dollars for the housing projects at Madden's, in St. James in particular. They have gone for money for the quarry, which shouldn't have happened because quarry is a statutory corporation, but they've gone there and they've used money actually allocated for housing to develop the quarry up there in St. James. And so they have been really raiding Social Security with no respite for a long time. Now, remember, Social Security is also being hit from the sinkers end. You remember that they have invested heavily in housing and in the second tier in Barstow. So Social Security is being used as a piggy bank to fund develop the government's project. I just find it difficult to understand. If the government is as liquid as it says it is, the federal government, why do they keep eating our benefits? Why do they keep going back and back to Social Security? I don't understand it. Somebody's lying to us. Somebody is lying to us. Now, when I realize, Social Security is they say they have over $1.6 billion on account there, or something along that line. Much more than Antigua. Antigua has $685 million in the Social Security scheme. Even so, the mere fact Social Security is now contemplating moving the retirement age from 60 to 65. It tells you something is wrong in the kitchen. Somebody's not being truthful to us. Because why extend by 3 years the time when you should be getting your Social Security? It's something that's smelling right about this scheme. When I speak to people in Social Security, they tell you, yes, we have enough, we are liquid, we are stable. But then why move the age? Why move the age? It tells you you are in difficulty. The projections are showing you in difficulty going forward. You'll be paying up more than you get in. The investments that you should be getting back to the government through housing, through the peer development, the government is the last to pay. And so all those loans that are being provided to government, the government is not going to pay those until it's full already. And therefore, the returns to Social Security, even though guaranteed, will be long over a long period of time. And so Social Security then sees no other way to recoup themselves and regroup other than to extend the age of retirement, the age of when you get benefits from 60 to 65.
Thank you, Dr. Daly. We are on the countdown at this time. I would ask you in 2 minutes to just give your final or parting words, and then I'll wrap up.
Okay. So we have spoken about a lot of things. We have spoken a bit about education, about agriculture, about tourism, state of the economy. Right now, the crisis will be the state of the economy. This is what we are facing because of COVID-19. And I really don't want to blame COVID-19 because I think if we had exercised any sort of fiscal prudence, any kind of fiscal management, COVID-19 would have come and COVID-19 would have gone. But unfortunately, we were not prepared. We were not prepared in the least. We cannot be prepared with a zero balance. We cannot be prepared with a negative balance. It is the first time in our history that we've had to face a pandemic of this nature. We have faced hurricanes before. We have been devastated before with hurricanes. And we've come through. I think we are better prepared then. But now we have no money in the bank. Matter of fact, we have negative money. Have you ever heard about negative money? We have negative money. 500 million negative money. That's a serious amount of money. Now, the difficulty the government is going to have is that when you go to a lending institution to ask for extension of your debt or extension of your credit, but to even to extend your overdraft, and then look at the huge debt that the government is carrying, the one outcome will be, yes, we'll borrow, we'll lend you money, but guess what? You are a risk to us. Your balance of payments are risky. Your payments, your monthly payments to the banks are risky because you're not talking about over $5 million a month you have to find. Then you're talking about a fact that these banks are either not going to lend you or they're going to lend you at exorbitant rates. Guess what? They'll have no choice but to take it. And guess what? We as a country will have no choice but to pay back. These are the consequences. And for every dollar we have to pay towards servicing our debt is $1 less for education, for healthcare, to develop tourism, to develop any alternative industry, for agriculture, for social services, for social safety net. It has everything to do with everything. If we do not have the requisite money to make our standard of living stable, we are going to slide further and further. These are facts. These are not fiction. These are the questions the Premier needs to be held accountable for. And he's not very good at accounting, but he must give an accounting of how do we move the country forward? How do we deal with our debt burden? Are they going to approach the IMF for relief? Are they going to go to international lenders? What are we going to do as a country? Cutting civil servants is only hurting the country right now because we're in a crisis. That's the worst possible solution right now. You're going to create a permanent underclass of poor people by doing that. That's not an option right now. And I'm ashamed if the Premier is contemplating doing that at this particular time, when people have no choice to find a second job because they have none whatsoever. And so, Mr. Hector, I do thank you for hosting this event tonight. There was a lot said, there's a lot to be done, and I do hope the people of Nevis are listening and paying attention to what we've been saying. Everything we say can be verified, everything we do, everything we say can be fact checked. We would never bring any false information to you. We'll always tell you the truth, whether you like it or you don't like it. Those are facts. And so I say thank you for sharing this evening with us here in the Navy's Reformation Party, and I bid you good night.
Thank you very much. And we are at the end of this discussion this evening. We can only report to you. It would be for you to decide. I would want to close this evening by using the words of Ivor W. Henry. He made a comment tonight, and I believe there's no better way for us to conclude than to say, as he has said it, it doesn't get any clearer than this. I'm calling on all to open their eyes and see the situation as it exists. The alternative is clear. Those of you who keep saying NRP is good in government, but bad at elections, you have your part to play. I call on you this evening not to be among those who cannot open their mouths because they are compromised. Not to be among those who feel they should place themselves above country. That is not what we're asking. We're asking you to make the sacrifices now for yourself, for your country, and for your children. Until we meet again, let me say thank you to those who've been assisting in every way in making sure that this program tonight was a program that you yourself can benefit from. The coordinator and director of the show, Mr. Eustace Nisbet, we thank you once again. Members of the youth arm, members, the office administrator, and to do you in the engine room, our chief engineer. Good night, and thank you so much for listening. Join us again next week for a similar discussion.
For the best in news and politics, visit www.nrp2020.com. NRP Minute News coming soon. Stay logged on to www.nrp2020.com.
As youths of today, we are the leaders of tomorrow. What are you waiting for? Join the NRP Youth Arm today.
We voting for NRP, the Performance Party.
We must all do our part to rid ourselves of this disease. For starters, let's practice good hygiene and social distancing. We continue to pray for our nurses and medical practitioners as they work tirelessly to prepare themselves to protect us from this pandemic. This message was brought to you by the Nevis Reformation Party.
Sitting around and saying that you will not vote because things are bad is not a reason to stay at home, but it is the perfect reason to go out and vote for someone like Dr. Daly. Voting is a platform for change, and quite possibly the most important one at that. To vote in candidates that want to change the problem you see. NRP, visionary, ready to transform Nevis.
As youth, we cry out. We are vocal, and I, for one, cannot contain it any longer. But the current premier hears no one. We complain about the lack of employment opportunities, and he shows us his socks. We complain about the lack of opportunities to obtain a university degree, and he brags about lobster being a part of his diet. We cry in want of a better way for ourselves, a better future. And he says, look at me in my new blue suit. Are these basic things too much to ask of our premier? I think not. His record indicates that he does not care and that the job is more than he can handle. Perhaps it's time for him to go.
NRP, visionary, ready to transform Nevis.
We gotta